On Championship Sunday, still up for grabs here on the world's first, the world's best, the APP Tour at the 2025 APP Fort Lauderdale Open. The first 2 days of the tournament serving up some serious drama as we welcome you into the booth here on Championship Court alongside Next Gen National Team Head Coach Chad Edwards. I'm Dorian Kraft. Our first two championship matches are set for Sunday, our men's and women's singles, as well as our mixed doubles championship, as we take a look at the tournament schedule and the gold medal match menu presented by Aura Organics. Will Howells taking down the top seed Chris Hayworth. He'll be facing Grayson Golden in men's singles, Sophia Seving, and Pei Kao making her first appearance on Championship Sunday in the women's. And then in mixed doubles, Megan Fudge, Jack Munro, Bobby Oshiro, Will Howells. Those duos know each other so well. The last two matches still to be set, of course, men's and women's doubles. That's what we're deciding today. And Chad, you asked for upsets. You ask, and you will receive.
I did, and we've already had the two seeds in men's doubles, Eric Lang, Max Manthal, knocked out. The gold medalist from Sacramento on the women's side, Susanna Barr, Bobby Oshiro, knocked out by Alexa Schull and Leah Tauber, who we're going to see out here. What I didn't ask for, though, was more wind. And the conditions have been very difficult. We're seeing a lot of three-game matches again, and there's definitely a side that's favoring the players right now.
It is windy once again here in Fort Lauderdale, as it has been the first 2 days of the tournament. 77 degrees the wind. Not as bad, just 16-mile-per-hour gusts. Lower humidity today as well, which is nicer for everyone involved. We have got women's doubles quarterfinal action coming up next here on Championship Court at the 2025 APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
At AARP volunteer and community events, they'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. Gamma, play to live, live to play. And Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterknee.com today. Getting ready here on Championship Court. Alexa Schull, 18 years old, lives in Miami, Florida, just about 45 minutes from where we are here in Fort Lauderdale. She is playing alongside Leah Tauber, the 15 seed. They are one of the pairs that have sprung some upsets here on our men's and women's doubles Saturday. We are underway. It is Schull and Tauber in the black and pink. Kelsey Matthews, Ali Reichert in the black and green. As a quick side out goes the other way. There's Leah Tauber, 22 years old, living in San Diego, California. Over hit from Tauber. The first point scored. There's Allie Reichert, 28 years old, Cincinnati. We'll be headed there next on the APP Tour, the Queen City. We will be going from May 6th to May 10th. Tickets are still available, as are spots for registration. Go to the app.global for more information on that.
Yeah, good pressure there from Schull. Schull and Tauber came out firing this morning, taking their first one relatively easily, and then beat Barr and Oshiro 11-9, 11-0.
That really the biggest upset at the moment on the women's side. Bobby Oshiro and Susanna Barr coming off of a gold medal in Sacramento. Top seed of Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman on the ropes a little bit earlier today on Players Court. They were taken to 3 games by Sophia Seving, and Shelby Bates ended up pulling out game number 3, 11-7 to advance. Right through the middle of the wind, playing tricks with that one.
And that's what we've seen a lot of today. The ball is definitely moving around. There's never an easy volley, an easy ball out there on the court right now.
Good hands there on the right side by Kelsey Matthews.
Yeah, good speed up there from Matthews. I got to watch a couple of their matches this morning also, and that is one of the trigger pulls that she will use, is that forehand down the line on the backhand side of that player in front.
Second serve coming.
A good spot there from Tauber. Allie Reichert's going to sit heavy backhand. She does a very good job of countering with that backhand, but just
Schull trying to speed up from behind the net, puts it into the tape. Second serve coming, as she and Leah Tauber have yet to get on the scoreboard here in game number 1. A point there is the pickup a little too short.
Yeah, just a little dead drop there from Alexis Schull, and it sat up. Reichert not expecting it to stop.
Oh, Matthews going full shoulder, able to catch Schull.
Well, this time, Matthews, instead of going down the line, you see Schull is going to take a step to the left right there and gets hit right in the right shoulder.
You're just getting everything that you want this tournament. You wanted upsets. You wanted to see the women go more body bags.
Good angle there from
Smart
Schull.
Ball. Anything else you want while we're on it? I'm afraid to ask, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you know, anybody out there wants to bring a case of Diet Coke, it'd be great.
Winning lottery ticket, you know, all those things. Right now, Kelsey Matthews doing a really nice job on that right side, crossing up Alexis Schull. Is that ball into the booth? Chad, there's your opportunity.
That was a slow roller.
It's okay.
Very, very, very slow roller.
Listen, sometimes those can be the trickiest.
3-1-2.
Oh, she overhit it. Reichert just lifting it a little too much right there. All she had to do is tap it. And going so far out. past that net post.
Right at the right hip of Schull. What is Matthews seeing that she's been able to exploit so far?
Well, right there, Schull sitting a little heavy on the forehand. So either it needs to be more active with the feet, slide to the right, or she's going to slide to the left and look to counter with the two-hand backhand.
It's pushed too long off of the paddle of Ali Reichert. Another point for Tauber and Schull.
2-3-2.
Not enough lift right there. That ball pushed down just a little bit. Tauber hitting it in the top of the net. Wind starting to swirl here on Championship Court.
Just wide.
So the previous two matches, Schull and Tauber came out a lot of energy, good footwork. Came out a little bit flatter here in the quarterfinal.
A foot fault called on Leah Tauber.
Yeah, as she leant over to take that ball through the middle, the right foot just slid onto the kitchen line. Matthews, again, doing a good job being aggressive on that right side. She's hit 4 different spots with her speed up so far.
Timeout taken on court by Schull and Tauber as Matthews and Reichert have run out a 5-2 lead early on here in game number 1 of our women's doubles quarterfinal. What have you liked the most? You talked about the movement, but what have you liked about what Matthews and Reichert have done so far?
Well, right now they're playing very clean. Matthews is the one that's taking some opportunities with the speed ups, and like I said, she's hit 4 different spots right now. Reichert will keep you in a dink. She's going to stay in there. She's very good at the countering, and so far, like I said, they've played very clean. For Schull and Tauber, they're just a little flat right now. Need to pick up the intensity, move the feet, take a couple of opportunities. Need a good return here coming off the timeout. Try to put some pressure on Reichert and Matthews.
Reichert and Matthews getting past Riley Bonert and Kelsey Grambeau in their round of 16 matchup. That a 3-game affair as well. They took game number 1 11-0, taking game 3 12-10. We've seen a lot of 3-game matches here in Fort Lauderdale. Nice spot there from Tauber mid-pace. But the conditions, you've already mentioned the wind. It's not quite as much as it has been the last few days, but it is still affecting these players. As that return
right
push
there.
wide?
It's a little bit more cross-court out here on center court than it is on the outer courts.
That time Matthews comes up short on the dink, side out.
Yeah, better ball movement there from Schull and Tauber.
2-6-1.
Yeah,
Reichert started it and finished.
Yeah, it wasn't the most powerful speed up there from Reichert, but she got herself back into that, getting on top of the final ball.
Tauber ready and waiting, puts it through the middle for the winner.
Yeah, again, Reichert going with somewhat of a medium pace speed up right there. Didn't really commit to it. Tauber this time ready for it. Quick to the forehand, gets on top, slaps that back through.
Left hip of Tauber pays dividends, side out.
Good attack there from Reichert. Schull just a little tentative on that forehand, that last forehand dink, lift it up.
Schull can't make the pickup there. It's a 4-point lead for Matthews and Reichert. Alexis Schull somewhat burst onto the scene. Picked up a silver at USA Pickleball Nationals last November out in Mesa. Reichert says nope, gets the forehand winner.
And watch how early Reichert goes to the forehand as that paddle starts coming forward for Schull. Recognizes it early.
Schull trying to go cross court, instead catches the tape, and now Kelsey Matthews and Ali Reichert within 2 points of taking game number 1.
Alexis Schull asking the referee a question there, but it looks like they're going to take a timeout.
A second timeout taken by Alexis Schull and Leah Tauber. As we just get underway here at the Fort, the brand new home of the Association of Pickleball Players. It was just opened earlier this year. 43 dedicated pickleball courts, 14 covered courts, 4 grandstand courts, and the world's first 2,000-seat pickleball stadium. What a fantastic facility. Great crowds across both tournaments that the APP has held here this year. Championship court has been packed this week. We've got a great crowd just starting the action today. We're just past 12 o'clock here on our broadcast, and they wanted to build a premier pickleball facility, Chad, and that they have.
Yeah, and the big thing about this too is it's fully dedicated pickleball. It was designed for pickleball, so the spacing on the baselines, the spacing on the sidelines between the fencing, it's more than adequate. We originally, when pickleball first burst onto the scene and started growing, and we saw some conversions, the minimum requirement was kind of like 8 foot in the baselines, 6 feet on the sidelines, and with the pro game and how quickly the pace picked up and everything, that spacing was a little too tight. So now we're looking more toward the 10 to 12 feet in the baselines, and this, like I said, has ample room all the way across. Can't wait to get in that stadium court, though,
yeah,
in December.
Ample room for players and fans here at the Fort as we are back to action here in Game 1 of our women's doubles quarterfinal between Kelsey Matthews and Ali Reichert and Alexis Schull and Leah Tauber. Matthews and Reichert leading 5-9-3, make it 10-3 after the foot fault there on Schull.
Right toe, left toe, one of the toes, one of the feet.
Had 10 options.
One of the feet.
Schull into the net, and game 1 goes to the 11 seeds. Kelsey Matthews and Ali Reichert continue to make a run here in Fort Lauderdale. They are halfway home to moving on to the semifinals. We'll have game number 2 here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
At QVC, this is the age of possibility. It's you in bloom. Express your style. Be your bold self. Make your next move at QVC. This is the age of possibility. Shop now.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Kelsey Matthews and Allie Reichert took game 1 over Alexa Schull and Leah Tauber 11-3 as Schull puts the first ball into the net. Another point for the 11 seeds. This quarterfinal would match up in the semis with Emily Cederquist and Jana Newell. We had an upset in the top half of the bracket. The top seed of Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman. Initially, the draw showed them moving on, taking game number 3, 11-7. It's actually reversed, so Sophia Seving and Shelby Bates taking down the top seeds. They are into the semifinal and will await the winner of Amanda Hendry, Simone Jardim, and Daria Walczak and Allison Harris in that respective quarterfinal.
Fights it off the hip.
Tried for the extreme angle, nothing doing. A long point going the way of Matthews and Reichert.
Somehow, Reichert and Matthews got a couple of balls back that were tight into the body. Schull, one off the right hip as well. But momentum all in the favor of Matthews and Reichert right now.
A missed third there from Reichert. Sends it back over to Tauber and Schull. What's the biggest adjustment that they need to make coming out here in game number 2?
Not let things snowball. Right now, if you're kind of reading their body language, they're a little down on themselves.
Push
and those are very easy unforced errors that we're seeing come from Schull and Tauber right now. Pushing dinks wide. Got a little luck there from the net court, though.
Now, sometimes it's points like that that can spark a little momentum shift. You can find your rhythm a bit more. It's 1-2-2. Couple of monster drives set up the put away for Schull.
Yeah, and that's better attack there from Schull. Stepping in, applying pressure, and not easing up. 2 very good drives into the body of Kelsey Matthews. Creates the pop-up and the finish.
Schull upping the aggression factor.
Well, now the intensity's picked up. Now you can see a little bit more pep in their step. And they're both Schull and Tauber getting themselves fired up, being a little bit more vocal. Good counters there from Kelsey Matthews.
Matthews and Reichert finding themselves trailing for the first time in this match, 2-3-1. They took game number 1, 11-3.
That ball just died there before it got to Tauber. She didn't move her feet. Good job from Matthews again.
The one thing that we've consistently talked about is in these conditions, footwork is so important to adjust to the ball as Reichert puts that in the net.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when the ball is moving so much before contact. A little too quick to pull the trigger there from Matthews. That ball was on the left foot.
3-3-1.
Too much on the backhand roll from Schull.
And just a little impatient there from Schull as well.
3-3-2.
Backhand roll from Schull was a mouthful.
That is a tongue twister and a half. Ooh, a little bit too big of a backswing there for Ali Reichert. You see how far the paddle goes back right here. Back behind the body. Catches it with the paddle face up to the sky.
Oh, just sneaks it past Schull.
It didn't even look like Reichert put anything behind that one, but perfect execution. Nice roll just inside the sideline.
3-4-1.
A little inside out. And just a little lazy with the footwork right there on that drop.
A second serve coming.
3-4-2.
Through the middle, another point, 4 apiece here in game 2.
I kind of second guessed that drop shot from Alexis Schull.
I knew you were thinking that.
It wasn't a very disguised absorption volley right there. Matthews got to it very easily.
Reichert trying to pull it cross court, puts it in the net. We see that drop from a lot of players, and I know you're not generally a fan.
In the right position, yes.
So what is the right position?
That you have established that you've hit a couple of good, powerful overheads or deeper balls, and you've pushed your opponents 3-4 feet behind the baseline. If you're trying to just do a little touch volley there when your opponents are at or inside the baseline, they're going to get there easily. They can recognize it.
Is it the recognition, or is it the fact that the pickleball court are a little bit smaller than a tennis court, so there's more opportunity to get to the ball?
Oh, there's definitely more opportunity to get to it because of the shorter court.
Miss hit off of the edge guard.
Another good job there from Reichert. Not really, I said it before, she's not really putting a whole lot of power behind it, but she's hitting good spots.
5-4-2.
Placement over power. Push just a bit long, so a 6-4 lead for Schull and Tauber here in game 2. Trying to force a winner-take-all game number 3 to open up our play here on Championship Court in this women's doubles and men's doubles day of action.
themselves out of trouble there.
Schull cross-court backhand winner.
Got themselves out of trouble big time right there. Tauber goes for the fake Ernie, and Schull decides to speed up with Tauber off the court. That is a very difficult spot to be aggressive on when you're speeding up cross-court as well.
It paid off as Schull was able to find some space after they reworked the point, and now they have a 3-point lead, 7-4, forcing Matthews and Reichert to call a timeout.
Well, Schull and Tauber definitely coming out here in game 2 being more aggressive. One thing we haven't seen from Matthews and Reichert is the right side speed up from Matthews. We haven't seen her hit one of them here in game 2. She had success with it in game 1.
Why haven't we seen it here in the second game?
I have no idea, because she's actually hitting into the wind. All the more reason to be a little bit more aggressive on that ball and keep it in.
So you think there's a missed opportunity there? It's not something that...
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some opportunities where Schull has been a little flat-footed, and it would have been a good spot for Matthews to speed up.
Back to play with Schull and Tauber leading 7-4-2 here in game number 2. Allie Reichert and Kelsey Matthews, took game number 1 11-3. So a good timeout. They forced the side out.
4-7-1.
Right now, Matthews and Reichert just playing clean, moving that ball around, not hitting with a whole lot of pace. Patient to wait for Schull and Tauber to make the error.
Schull able to push Matthews back to force the error.
A good trigger pull there from Schull.
5-7-2.
Tauber all over that.
Reichert trying to call Matthews off it. Instead, they get into an 8-shot hands battle.
And now Schull and Tauber back on serve.
That
a service
is
error.
Not what you want. Schull just losing focus there for a moment.
Reichert telling Matthews one more.
It's in.
Yep.
As is that.
Reichert comes up short. A scramble going the way of Tauber and Schull.
Reichert just trying to bump that ball back. Almost no motion with the paddle.
8-5-2.
Reichert finishes through the court.
Yeah, good finish there from Reichert, but it was the defense from Matthews and then the counter. Schull again, kind of just pulling and being aggressive from a little bit of a difficult positioning there. Wasn't quite in the best position to start that speed up.
Reichert stands up. Second serve on the way. Matthews in the middle of the transition zone puts it in the net, so a good defensive stand by Schull and Tauber.
8-5-1.
All set up with a little luck from the net court.
Very close to going deep there from Tauber. But, I was watching in the middle of that point, a much better job from Schull and Tauber moving the ball around. It was pinch middle, push wide, and then that ball that Alexa Schull was aggressive on the roll, opened up that pop-up and the finish.
Reichert getting caught, couldn't slide the body, and it brings up a game point for Schull and Tauber.
10-5-1.
Yeah, that was it. That was in. It looked like it was 2 feet out off the paddle, but it actually landed
from our vantage
inside
point.
the baseline.
Still game point. It's 10-5-2. No doubt about that. Schull and Tauber take game to 11-5. 1 game left to decide a spot in the semis.
This is why we drink. We drink for tonight, finally in town on the same weekend. Inside jokes, the great outdoors, karaoke till dawn, another cold one and a second slice. We drink for tomorrow, for the 7 a.m. 5K and the tailgate that follows, for the personal best that's about to be bestie. Kick flips and polar dips, drop shots, cheap shots, shoot your shot. We drink for the moment. Shaky hands, steady beat, a blank canvas, trying to be something. Drink for yourself. No alcohol, no hangover, no empty calories, not a moment wasted. Partake brews the liquid. You bring the courage. Today is for the taking, and we make it happen.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com to get your instant discount. Everyone's in attendance today, catching some pickleball. We've caught ourselves Billy the Marlin, who's in attendance, throwing out maybe some stuff that you can get at Pickleball Superstore.
Absolutely. He was out there. I mean, he was walking up the crowd, full of energy.
I know. We should get him in to do the dance with you guys. Pretty girls walk like this. Dom, Chad, and Billy the Marlin walk like this.
There we go. Yeah, Dom and my
It's a good
dance.
time in the booth.
Dom and my dance from that song is all based off of a YouTube video of a little leaguer, and it's not even his walk-up song. He happens to be the catcher behind the kid with the walk-up song, and he's just breaking it down in the catcher's box.
What was your walk-up song? Or your walk-out song, I guess, since you were a pitcher.
Take a guess. Take a guess.
You come from a land down under?
There you go.
Men at work?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I also
Schull putting in work right there.
I also did throw down under. I threw submarines. So so it just
That's very appropriate.
Both ways.
Game number 3 underway here in our women's doubles quarterfinal. Kelsey Matthews, Ali Reichert took game 1 11-3. Alexa Schull and Leah Tauber took game 2 11-5. Winner of this one is that well within the court. Winner of this one advancing to take on Emily Cederquist and Jana Newell, who got past Ariel Butler and Christine Maddox in 3 earlier today.
Yeah, that's good ball movement there from Schull. Heavy backhand roll, pulls Reichert off the court, then goes back behind Matthews.
0-1-1.
Schull stepping up, but push is just long. That was really the difference maker in game number 2, was when Alexa Schull started to assert herself on the attack.
I'll finish that thought after this point. Well, part of it was, in order for her to be more aggressive and really insert herself into the point, she had to have better footwork. She then picked up the intensity. The footwork was better. You know, the tempo increased as well, and that's where they need to play. That slower, just bump balls back. It doesn't really work for Schull and Tauber.
Matthews coming up short into the net as Schull and Tauber take the lead 2-1-2 here in game number 3. We'll have an end change coming up in the first to 6. Right through the middle, Tauber and Schull have found their rhythm.
Again, another good setup. Reichert just getting that ball, Matthews just getting that ball a little too close to the feet.
Wind whipping through the booth here on Championship Court. We've seen gusts up to 25 miles an hour over the course of the tournament here in Fort Lauderdale. This time Matthews short, and that is something that Matthews and Reichert did not do in game number 1. They were very clean, and now they're taking a timeout. 4-1-2.
Well, and part of it, too, is, again, it's the ball movement from Schull and Tauber, moving that ball around, applying a little bit more pressure. So, you know, it's kind of half and half between forced and unforced errors right now from Matthews and Reichert.
All they need if you are Matthews and Reichert is a stop. Coming out of this timeout, what's the best way for them to get that?
Well, I would like to see Kelsey Matthews be a little bit more aggressive. We haven't seen the speed up again as of this 4-1 in the third game here. So she's just trying to bump those balls back. She's taking opportunities to step back and be aggressive into the body of Schull.
What should Matthews
take a couple of opportunities right now? It's 4-1, so all right, you miss one or two balls, and then you're at the end change, and you can readjust again anyway.
I mean, is there something specific that Matthews should be looking for to go after that?
Well, one, it's if Schull becomes flat-footed, but two, if she gets a ball where she can get extended on, that's really the ball to speed up. But with a short return like that, and Alexa Schull stepping forward with a big forehand, not going to get many opportunities there.
Into the net we go to the end change with Schull and Tauber in control here in game number 3, leading 6-1. They are on second serve, so again, Matthews and Reichert looking for just a single stop, but they have to find a way to come up with a defensive stand and then score points of their own.
Well, and going into this end change here, it seems like Schull and Tauber are finishing on more of the favorable side of what we've seen today from early this morning. It has been quite difficult playing into the wind. Balls are sitting up a little bit more. So this is really where Matthews and Reichert need to be a little bit more aggressive with some of their drops, even a couple of drives, their rolls, to try and keep that ball down rather than just trying to bump a ball that's potentially either going to sit up in the wind or just get pushed down without enough power.
Currently experiencing sustained winds of 14 miles an hour here in Fort Lauderdale, gusts up to 21. On this beautiful Saturday afternoon, and a beautiful pass there from Alexa Schull.
There's a pretty drive right there, inside out from Schull. But I think, too, here on Championship Call, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, we have the indoor, or the covered courts here behind Schull and Tauber. And then on the other side of us, behind Reichert and Matthews, we've got some LED boards, plus we have the stadium back there. It's almost a wind tunnel here through Championship Court, with it being sunken a little bit as well. Good counter there from Reichert. Schull just getting a little too big on that second attack. It was tight into that left hip.
2-7-1.
Good spot there from Schull. This time, Reichert sitting on forehand again, but Schull goes at that left hip. Reichert, no way for her to get to that backhand side with sitting so open on the forehand there.
Another point for Matthews and Reichert.
3-7-2.
Two out balls potentially hit there from Schull and Tauber. And then a miscommunication in the middle. Good defense from Matthews and Reichert.
Just make your opponents hit one more ball.
4-7-2.
Oh, hope that they hit out balls that are above their head.
And
That's
then Matthews
delicate.
comes up short, trying to bump it back over So a good run. They're back within 3, but now Schull and Tauber back on serve. They were able to get out to a 6-point lead, 7-1 prior to that last scoring side.
Second serve.
Little rush there on the drive from Tauber.
7-4-2.
Yeah,
Just
in.
inside the court to force the side out.
Little frack tomahawk there from Reichert. Didn't have a whole lot of power behind it, so it worked out.
We've seen a fair amount of fracks over the last 2 days. That one from Reichert in shank.
When you open up so much to the forehand side, that's in reality, that's the only way you're going to get to a backhand, because you don't have enough time for the paddle to come all the way across, so you just turn the paddle upside down.
See, the next time someone corrects my form, I'm going to have that excuse locked and loaded.
That's difficult to do with a tennis racket.
Well, now you just called me out. I was going to leave it to ambiguity.
Yeah, good footwork there from Schull and resetting herself. She was almost going to speed up that last ball. Took a couple of chop steps. Good choice. To your credit, you are spending more time on the pickleball court. We have got you out on the pickleball court.
I actually brought stuff to play today once we're finished.
Starting to learn the finesse parts of the game rather than just trying to hit a ground stroke.
That's the fun part. Timeout on court taken here by Schull and Tauber as they lead it 7-4. And you hit on something there, and this match has really flipped on the play of Alexa Schull, but you could see in her face that last point where she reset herself. You could see the decision-making process, and that really kind of encapsulates her growth as a player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Schull has done a good job kind of over the last 12 to 24 months on. We're seeing her put a lot more time into training style. Kind of rest through the sport of pickleball. It is putting in hours in the gym, conditioning, mental training. It used to be just go out and drill, get some games in, and kind of go to the next tournament. Now it's very, very fully rounded as far as the time that you have to put in.
I told you before the tournament started, I've seen how much Alexa Schull is working. Her content keeps showing up on my Instagram feed as that time gets a little bit too high on the shoulder. Well within the court. That had some nice top spin to bring it in.
Well, there's good paddle control there, too, from Tauber. She makes it look like she's going to go full swing. Just a little inside-out slide down the line.
Came up short there on the third side out, but Tauber and Schull able to double up Reichert or Matthews here in game number 3.
So Matthews trying to speed up there. Those are balls that she had, or that she used the speed up for in game 1. This time just trying to rush it, almost force the issue and get that ball down the line behind Schull.
Was it the right ball or
absolutely?
Just, okay.
Absolutely. Just rush the execution.
Schull pushes too long. A point for Reichert and Matthews.
And even that one there, I mean, it's not a bad decision from Schull. It's just trying to be too aggressive with it. That's a more heavy acceleration shot. Come up the back of the ball, add heavy topspin, get it elevated, almost so Reichert lets it go. Not that she's letting it go, that she thinks it's going to go 3 feet out.
Back-to-back points for Reichert and Matthews. They are back within 2, 6-8-2.
Okay,
just wide,
I would
tight.
call time out right here from Schull and Tauber. 3 errors in a row.
They do have another timeout remaining. They took an offensive timeout leading at 7-4, and now they will.
Well, Reichert, Tauber looked up into the stands, and I think Jan and Newell is up there and a couple of other players, and they're like, timeout. But yeah, that was definitely a much-needed timeout right there. A big-time momentum shift toward Matthews and Reichert. Three unforced errors in a row there from Schull and Tauber.
Getting some instruction there from Riley Bonard in the white hat and white outfit. If you're in that corner, what's the conversation?
Just reset right here. Tauber and Schull were playing very tight and very tentative those last couple of points. Come out, good footwork, stay loose, move around and pick up the energy a little bit and try and get it back to where you're forcing Matthews and Reichert around the court, move that ball around, kind of let them be the impatient ones. And if you're Reichert and Matthews right now, just come out and be clean. Move that ball around, same thing as Schull and Tauber need to do, but stay patient.
Reichert getting just a bit big, so Schull and Tauber come up with the stop.
That's a good ball to speed up there from Matthews. Gets the elevated ball, but like you said, Reichert a little too big on that backswing.
Oh, how did Tauber come up with that?
Excuse me, what? I got it back. Right here. Oop. Somehow, Tauber gets a paddle on that one, and it goes into the perfect spot.
Reichert stepping across, but finds the tape. It's match point for Schull and Tauber.
10-7-1.
Surprised there's no timeout.
I am too. Tauber slides it down the line for the winner. They are moving on to the semifinal in 3 games. We will hear from Alexa Schull and Leah Tauber, the 15 seeds, making a run here in Fort Lauderdale.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. look further.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
The APP is sponsored by Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Yola, for the champion in you. And PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour.
And the run continues for Leah Tauber and Alexa Schull. Moving on to the semifinals. They lost game 1 here, but were ever so steady going through games 2 and 3, and a perfect winner down the line there from Tauber to finish it off. They're courtside with Dorian Croft and our Franklin.
Thanks, Chad. Leah, Alexa, congratulations. First tournament playing together, and you guys are making a run into the semifinal. Leah, I'll start with you. You called that timeout when they made that late run. They cut the deficit down to 8-7. What was the conversation going on in your corner?
It was just to take it 1 point at a time. You know, they had some momentum going, so I thought it would be best to call a timeout. And it worked. We just regrouped, just focused on the next point, and kept going.
You guys dropped the first game, but Alexa, we really started to see you pick up the aggression there early on in game number 2. What were you seeing that you felt like you could really attack?
Yeah, so when I was hitting my dinks in the middle and out wide, I was looking for that forehand poach in the middle. It definitely had a lot to do with my footwork, so getting more engaged in the point really helped.
Well, ladies, congratulations. We'll see you coming up in just a little bit in the semifinal. We've got men's doubles action coming up next here on Championship Court.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
16 years. Volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. Franklin, official ball of the APP Tour. And Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. As we get set to hand out some hardware in the men's doubles, Jack Munro, Will Howells, they've gotten the better of Eric Lang and Max Manthau the first 2 times through.
Yeah.
Right down the line, threads the needle with the backhand.
The wind
Just knocked that lob down. I thought it was good off his paddle.
Smooth sailing for the top seeds in game number 1. Howells and Munro take it 11-6. Manthau doing work there on the left. We're tied at 6. Manthau and Lang take game number 2. One game to decide it all. Howells just grip to retake the lead.
Put it into fourth gear right there.
Brings up championship points. The men with the Midas touch. Third straight gold for Jack Munro and Will Howells. Jack Munro, one half of the dynamic men's doubles duo of Munro and Will Howells. They have won all 3 golds on tour this year in men's doubles. Munro, 21 years old, from Buda, Texas. Munro, one of the rising stars on tour, really saw him come to the forefront last year in New York at the end of May, and since then he has been skyrocketing, as has his partner Will Howells, the leading men's medal winner on tour in 2024, leading the way here in 2025 as well. Chad, where has this duo continued to progress in your opinion?
Well, it's just the understanding of each other's roles on the court right now. You know, Howells very comfortable on what Munro can do, and vice versa. Munro will step in and be aggressive at times, but in reality is playing a setup role and setting up Howells perfectly. They know where to cover, where to be, and really how to be a good partnership.
All 3 men's doubles championship games have been between Munro and Howells, Eric Lang and Max Manthau. That will not be the case here in Fort Lauderdale, even if Munro and Howells should advance. Lang and Manthau losing already here in Fort Lauderdale. Upsets aplenty here at the Fort, but they will be facing Jason Bock, who is part of that Pacific Northwest contingent. That's Clayton Powell, Bock's partner. Also from Bend, Oregon. They have got a great group up there in the Pacific Northwest. They all train together, play together, and we are really starting to see all of them make deep pushes into the draws.
Yeah, the Northwest crew, like you said, they're very tied up there. They put in a lot of time on the court, training together, and they almost travel. You'll see the pack travel around the tournament. They're all following each other around, supporting each other. Actually, Manthau and Lang up in the top of the stands right there, up on the walkway.
And pretty much just look for the crew in purple, and that is going to be your players from the Pacific Northwest. And where do you see the potential for Bock and Powell to give Munro and Howells any problems?
Well, Bock has been around for a while. Clayton Powell, one of the youngsters, part of the Next Gen national team, as well as we just saw Alexis Schull, Leah Tauber. Big upside for Clayton Powell, and kind of the experience for Jason Bock. Bock will surprise you with some speed ups. The downside at times is the tendency to make just a few too many errors, and we've seen on the mixed doubles side with Howells and Munro both making it through to Championship Sunday. Those are 2 players you really can't give too many opportunities to, and you can't give away free points.
And the defense of Munro and Howells.
There it is. I was trying to figure out what the combination was going to be.
Like Brangelina,
Munro.
The combination of Munro and Howells. I did it again.
Yes, I have it in your head. Munro and Howells.
That is going to be an ongoing thing throughout the rest of the season. And Howells, the defense is not
hands from Munro. The anticipation of hands from Howells, plus the ability, especially on the backhand side, with a quick backhand flick from Will Howells to really put some pressure on. But what they both do is they play a little bit more of a slow pace. You're not going to see a whole lot of drives. You're going to see a lot of drops. They're going to work their way up to the kitchen line, and they're going to move that ball around and wait for their opponents to be impatient, and then you'll see the hands come with a counter and a quick hands exchange.
Powell and Bock getting past Chris Hayworth and Grayson Golden in their round of 16 matchup. That one went 3. Howells and Munro have faced the minimum so far, giving up just 3 points in their round of 16 match.
I will tell you right now, if you keep scrolling through that men's doubles draw, it is all upside down, topsy-turvy. You got names coming through that we haven't seen for a while. Andre Silfstrom back out. Haven't seen him for a while, but the big man is through to the quarters.
I did see that Mario Barrientos is playing alongside Patrick Kawka. That is an intriguing pairing. Of course, it was Barrientos that played alongside Jack Munro last year in New York. They had never played together or practiced together as that goes into the stands for the side out before making their run to a gold medal. It's part of the fun here on the APP Tour. Anything can happen.
Yeah, 1 week you can win gold, the next you can lose in the second round.
0-0-2. Point.
Return sails wide. A point for Howells and Munro. I'm gonna have to start saying it that way. I can't say it the other way, or we're gonna get.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear Munro. Munro is on a roll. Oh, it's in.
Well in.
Oh,
nearly
almost.
got it back.
Munro took a full swing, and Howells had the paddle back behind him.
Oh, that's interesting as well as we continue to look. DeHart and Liverny is going down to Will Sobek and Eduardo Irizarry. It's anarchy across the board here in Fort Lauderdale. This is what we're here for.
You've got Naveen Beasley and Stefan Overn making it through as well. Ball just sailed there on the Munro return.
1-1-2.
You didn't think the upsets were going to be confined to singles, did you?
Not at all. Especially, we've found some players kryptonite.
The wind.
The wind.
It was Will Howells that took down Chris Hayworth in men's singles, handing him his first loss in over a year. Howells actually holds 2 of the last 3 wins against Chris Hayworth, the last coming back in Sacramento in March of 2024. Was that bump back just a little short?
But that's a good ball there from Munro. He goes in between the feet of Powell. He's not going to give him something that he can get extended on and create a sharper angle.
Bock stepping up to create.
Well, that's part of the power that I was talking about with Jason Bock. He's surprising the power that he has.
2-1-2.
Yo.
Howells pulled the trigger first, and it paid dividends.
That one just kept getting higher and higher. As that plane flew over, it has been a very active day from the airport right behind us here. I think they've kind of changed their takeoff and landing patterns today because there's been a ton of planes going overhead.
See, ironically, that's the first one I've noticed.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, my goodness. Well, I was here at 7 o'clock this morning. So.
Powell stepping in, but not able to make the pickup. Another point as the top seeds have opened a 3-point lead here in game number 1. Right through the middle. That was a thing of beauty.
So I don't know if you were watching the pattern right there, but it was Munro go wide, ball back to the middle. Howells, I'll take this one, go wide. Munro, go wide. Howells, go wide. And they were changing off or exchanging right there. And then Munro, because he had taken that middle ball and gone wide a couple of times, sells it like he's going to go wide, and then just easy speed up through the middle because Bock and Powell were expecting him to go out wide.
The APP and the American Cancer Society are joining forces during National Pickleball Month this April to launch the APP Pickleball Challenge, a nationwide initiative designed to support people facing cancer and build healthier communities. They're challenging participants to play pickleball 10 times during the month and track your active minutes, competing with APP pros and friends for a spot atop the national leaderboard. You can start tracking your pickleball activity. You actually could have started it tracking on April the 1st. For more information, visit the app.global. Great crowd here on Championship Court at the Fort. 82 degrees. Higher sustained winds today, 18 miles an hour, gusting up to 27. Lower humidity. All in all, a fantastic day for pickleball action. Our final day of bracket play before we get to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Ooh, just wide.
Missed it.
Good hand exchange there, though, from Powell and Bock.
6-1-2.
6-1-2.
Oh!
Stop it.
The defense came to play today.
Will Howells dug that from his shoelaces. It was literally a shovel and somehow got it back over the net.
Got that one too. Oh, Munro may have missed the easiest one of the rally.
Munro was ahead of it, dropped to a knee, anticipated the speed up, and was actually just a little bit ahead of it. Going for a little frack.
Good scoring run for Howells in Munro. They ripped off 6 points.
Oh, nice drop there from
It's a
Bock.
great spot catching Howells coming forward. Overshot the mark just a bit.
Yeah, just rushed that one from Bock. Trying to catch Howells and Munro in the uncoil. I missed by a couple of inches right there. And change, that ball goes in for Powell.
And you're talking about
that side, not so much.
And you talk about rushing, and that's one of the things that Munro and Howells will force you to do because they're just so solid. It's a better spot there from Powell.
Well, yeah, they're going to get a ton of balls back, so you try to force that shot off before they get into a position where they can really be defensive. You end up rushing the execution and missing the shot anyway.
Better defensive stand, a quick side out. Still with work to do, trailing by 5 here in game number 1 of our men's doubles quarterfinal. We'll have semifinal action in both men's and women's doubles coming up later today here on Championship Court. Bock misses the drive and says, come on, make one. There have been a rash of missed thirds on that side over the last handful of points.
2-7-2.
Now it's Howells that comes up a little shy on the cross-court dink attempt. Into the stands, another good snag, a point. A timeout taken here by Munro in Howells as their lead has been trimmed to 3. What's the biggest difference that you've noticed for Bock and Powell over the last couple of points?
Well, we talked about them trying to rush and get their shots off. They're executing a little bit better here. They are catching Howells and Munro off balance. Got a little lucky on a couple of shots. But the thing against Howells and Munro is you have to find it's a fine line between being aggressive and just moving the ball around. Because you can't let Munro and Howells dictate the tempo, because then they are going to take control of the point. But at the same time, if you are just a little bit too aggressive and rush it, then the errors kick in more.
Your score is 4.
4-7-2 coming out of the timeout.
Time in. 4-7-2.
Big put away there from Powell, and it's down to 2.
A good spot there from Powell. Goes at the left hip
5-7-2.
of Will Howells. He was sitting a little bit more forehand. Use that net cord.
Able to force the side out with a little help from the net. That time, Bock not able to counter.
Well, that was kind of the wrong spot for Bock to speed up to there.
Why?
Well, he went right at Munro. Munro, his anticipation in the hands, just a little too good. You either need to get him extended so he can't get a full swing on it, or where they've had that success is kind of going across the body.
Getting a bit of a gift there from Bock, as now the top seeds within 2 points of shutting the door here on game number 1.
There it is again. Powell going cross body. So that ball is out wide to the forehand. You see Howells kind of shade the backhand a little bit. How Powell takes that to the right hip, so it forces Howells to come across the body.
Howells reaching in for the forehand.
Howells is like, I can do that too.
Pushes Bock and Powell onto second serve.
5-9-2.
Oh. Howells able to get up for the put away after a bit of miscommunication.
Well, that was more so Powell stepped over, poached, and then decided that he was just going to go back to his other side, and he threw up the blocker in front of Jason Bock.
Not going to end well.
Oh,
Stop it, Will Howells.
Still landed in, though. What a get from Howells. But good attacks there from Powell.
9-5-2.
Ooh. Uncharacteristic error there from Munro, side out.
Yeah, Munro just standing up a little too tall there. Saw the body jump a little bit. Hits the top of the ball.
Bock sends it well long, second serve.
Good adjustment there from Munro. This time not getting tall. Standing in a good athletic position, get that paddle out in front.
5-9-2.
Howells pushing it right at the feet of Powell. Paints the line.
A couple of mishits there from Munro, but good hands there from Bock. Tough to beat Munro in a hands battle, but Bock takes that ball nice and early.
A missed third there from Munro. So after running out to the early 6-point lead, Bock and Powell have been able to battle their way back. They trail by 4. They got it as close as 2.
5-9-1.
Oh, just use the net cord as well. Why not?
Use everything you got. Another timeout on court as Bock and Powell have cut the deficit to 3. We will step away as well for a quick word from our sponsors.
Over 10 years ago, Gearbox changed the game. No honeycomb, no soft spots, just pure, patented technology. Players felt it instantly. This was different. That legacy lives on in the new GX2. With our SST 2.0 carbon fiber rib core, it delivers explosive pop, locked-in control, and unreal feel. It's not just better, it's Gearbox. Visit gearboxsports.com to experience the paddle built different.
Welcome back. Timeout called by the top seed of Will Howells and Jack Munro. They got out to a great start. They were up 7-1, but have had difficulty closing out game 1 against Jason Bock and Clayton Powell, who are currently trailing by 3 on first serve here in game number 1. What do Howells and Munro need to do a little bit better to get to 11?
Well, I anticipate that Bock and Powell have kind of stepped up and starting to take some more chances. They've switched the tempo to their favor. You know, anticipate that speed up, get on top of something. Don't just focus on like, yes, I have good hands. I'm going to get into the hands battle and stay in there. Look at preparing and getting on top. Howell's just a little quick to pull the trigger there and try to be aggressive on that backhand. Ooh.
Puts it into the net on back-to-back points, and so now Bock and Powell, the closest they've been since it was 2-1. Pushed wide by Powell. Still second serve coming.
It's okay. Not a bad miss there from Powell. Just a little late on that second attack.
Oh,
net cord.
Oh, frustration from Bock.
Well, you can certainly see it's a conscious effort from Bock and Powell to step up and be aggressive right now.
9-8-1.
Bock comes up short on the dink, and now Howells and Munro have worked themselves a game point.
Timeout receiver.
A timeout taken here by Bock and Powell. So Howells and Munro, they got the stop. Able to score and consolidate. Worked themselves a game point up 10-8. If you're Bock and Powell, beyond being able to return the serve, what's the game plan? Are you still trying to step up the aggressiveness here?
Yeah, 100%, because the controlled points go in the favor of Howells and Munro. We just saw it there in that last one with a dink rally. Bock and Powell have the ability to stay in a dink rally, just not to the level of Munro and Howells. See JD Martinez here in the VIP over here next to us.
I did see him around the grounds earlier today. Listen, we've seen an influx of all kinds of pro and former pro athletes into the sport. Matt Holliday a few years ago in New York, the former St. Louis Cardinals outfielder. Bock puts that away with ease. Second serve, game point number 2. Ooh. Tight moment there.
Oh, Munro stood up in the middle of the motion there.
Door still open for Jason Bock and Clayton Powell. 8-10-1. Oh, he misread the Ernie over, ran it a point for Bock and Powell.
Wow. I think it just got held up in the wind there.
Bock gets it at the feet. We are tied at 10.
Definite momentum shift here for Bock and Powell. And again, they're coming out and being aggressive. We're seeing the third shot drives. We're seeing the fifth shot attacks.
Both teams are out of timeout, so they're going to have to play this one through. 10 apiece after Bock and Powell were down 7-1 in game number 1. Powell stepping into the left hip. Game point for the 8 seeds.
That was excellent communication there from Powell. Set himself up nicely with a very aggressive roll. Bock was going to jump in with the backhand, but Powell called him off. Good ball there
Powell wanted
from
to
Howells.
end it.
Yeah, Howells wrong-footed him.
Game point number 2.
Oh,
he just clipped the line.
This time, Munro getting just enough of the paddle. That was very, very close to the sideline, too.
Use the end of the paddle, clip the edge of the line.
Yeah, that's a
Slimmest of
one
marches.
more piece of electrical tape on the edge guard there. That's what that margin was.
ATP!
Oh,
Called out by Howells.
did not see it right there. Howells and Munro calling that it was short. We were not able to see that from our point here, but point of view, but I can't even tell. Powell went with such a sharp angle that
Yes, sir.
ball was almost rolling along the ground.
11-1. Second serve.
Bock catches Howells moving forward. Second serve tied at 11.
11-2.
Oh, using the net cord again for Will Howells. I think that's about the 4th or 5th net cord.
Brings up game point number 3 for Howells in Munro.
A recall. 12-11-2.
Scratchy moments, but Howells and Munro take game number 1, 13-11. Game number 2 is still ahead here in Fort Lauderdale.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
The official APP Tour store is now live at the appstore.global. Check it out for all of your APP merchandise. Game 2 coming up here in our men's doubles quarterfinal. The winner of this one will advance to the semi. They will meet Mario Barrientos and Patrick Kawka, who won their respective quarterfinal, as we work our way through to set the schedule for our final 2 gold medal matches coming out tomorrow here in Fort Lauderdale. Men's and women's singles, mixed doubles already set. Will Howells will be playing in both the men's singles and mixed doubles gold medal match.
Yeah, going for the Triple Crown opportunity here today.
Had the opportunity to potentially win a Triple Crown in Daytona Beach as well. Only came away with the gold in men's doubles, silvered in singles and mixed.
That's a good spot there from Munro. Powell left the opening down the line.
2 quick points to open up game 2.
2-0-2.
Powell using the length to get the backhand winner and force the side out.
And a good spot there, too, catching Munro as he was sliding back into the court.
0-2-1.
Powell puts it away for the point.
And I'm definitely giving the aggressive play edge to Bock and Powell. Very good step up, aggressive drive, crash behind. Better job there from Howells. Getting on top of it. Oh, you got your pencil today.
I do. I remembered it. I felt very discombobulated without it yesterday.
Oh, yes. You weren't even tracking the scores yesterday. Yeah, we all know tracking scores in your head involving numbers, not the best.
Like an elephant, I forget nothing.
Elephant in the shape of a goldfish.
Well, it's better an elephant than the shape of an elephant, I guess.
Oh, just wide. Who did what now?
Call was out on the court, but our R2 saw the ball in.
Oh, yeah, that was in. That was well in. And typically, I'm not a huge fan of that referee that is on that close sideline calling that ball, because you can't fully see the angle, but that one was well inside the line.
That one's not coming back. Powell just sliding out of the way, not able to clear enough space, and we've got a timeout on the court.
That was more of a jump out of the way. He was caught with his feet off the ground.
And very similar shades to game number one, where Munro and Howells were able to get out to a 5-1 lead before a timeout came. This time 4-1. Bock and Powell taking a timeout. And Munro and Howells able to get out to quality starts in both games. What's been the major reason for that?
Well, they've stepped up and been a little bit more aggressive themselves here in game two. It's almost like Bock and Powell caught them by surprise in game one when they started to speed up, and Howells and Munro got back on their heels, and they weren't able to really regain momentum and get back into the swing of things. Just a couple of errors down the end there for Powell and Bock cost them.
As a player then, I mean, because Chad, you've been in that situation, when you make errors in a situation where you had an opportunity against a higher seeded team, how do you put that behind you and move forward?
You just have to look at what worked for you and forget the rest. It's think about it for a second, analyze it, what the mistake was, and then just flush it, because there's nothing you can change by thinking about it other than allowing the errors to snowball.
Oh, quick hands in the middle there from Jason Bock.
Yeah, good combo right there. It's a reach in from Powell, and then Bock right behind it with the finish on the forehand.
4-1-2.
Oh.
Missed return, a free point for Howells and Munro.
Well, that right there just negates the good point before it, because all it was a switch from first server to second server, and now you missed two returns in a row.
Couple of loose moments from Bock and Powell have grown the lead to 5 here in game number 2 for the top seeds. Howells easy put away another point as the run continues. Another timeout here taken by Bock and Powell. This will be their second and final.
Yeah, I guess it's not too early to call that second timeout. They're just trying to regain some composure here. But again, Howells and Munro have made the decision to step up and be a little bit more aggressive. And typically what we see when you're playing against an aggressive team or a team that has come out and decided to be aggressive, you need to be the aggressor before they do. Howells and Munro like to play that slower pace, move the ball around, and Bock and Powell decided to step up and start speeding balls up. They had the success, so now Munro and Howells, if they can get that opportunity for a quality speed up, they're taking it. And what it's done is it's forced Bock and Powell back on their heels, so now they're not able to really initiate or be the aggressors.
Time in. 7-1-2.
Munro slides it down the line for another winner. 8-1-2.
Well, three different spots right there. Speed up middle, second attack body, third slide it down the line. Never allowed Bock to get into a rhythm.
Finally, Powell and Bock able to force the side out, but not before finding themselves in a 7-point hole. Self-inflicted errors like that are something that Powell and Bock cannot afford at this moment in the match.
Well, especially on an easy ball like that. Powell just let that ball get behind him.
Into the body of Bock.
Well disguised there from Munro. Sets up the paddle, works the footwork like he's going to go inside in, go back cross court. And then he just shapes that, hooks it around into the body.
The body language of Jason Bock said it all as Munro misses the third. You are not going to beat the hands of Jack Munro.
Oh, just look at how compact he is right there. It's no backswing at all. It's just using the power that's coming at him and then going back forward and giving that power back. Ooh, right foot. Or left foot.
Foot fault and an inopportune time because it brings up match point. Oh, Bock just teeing off. Rock'em, bock'em.
That was never going to go in the court. Bock just stepped back and slapped it right in the body of Howells.
Second serve. One 10-2.
Hard, harder, hardest forces the side out. And brings up match point number 2. Powell and Bock able to stay alive for the moment.
Good attack, good ball movement.
10-1-2.
Oh,
huge serve.
Rip the serve.
Oh.
Oh, Munro.
Final exchange into the net. Third time's the charm. The top seed advances in straights. They're into the semis. We'll talk to Munro and Howells when we come back here on Championship Court.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Well, Munro and Howells were tested in game one, but took it 13-11. It wasn't the case in game two. The one seed moving on to the semifinals, and they're courtside with Dorian Croft and now Franklin post-match interview.
Chad, thanks. Jack, Will, another tournament, another semifinal for you guys. We really saw you really kind of flip the script. We know you can play finesse, play a little bit slower, but you guys were the aggressors in game two. What was the conscious decision behind making that choice?
Dude, some of the winds. I mean, it's tough to place balls like consistently with the wind that's swirling. So, I mean, that allows us to change some of our strategies to being more aggressive.
And Will, you were already asking about the semifinal matchup. It's going to be Mario Barrientos and Patrick Kawka, two players that you guys know really well. How do you think that semifinal is going to play out, and where do you feel like you guys might have an advantage?
Yeah, I mean, they play a really fast-paced, aggressive game, so I think we're going to look to play super disciplined and long points and see where it goes.
Well, we're going to look forward to seeing that one in action. These guys are going to be on the court in the men's doubles semi. That's coming up a little bit later, but coming up next, we have got our first women's doubles semifinal. Sophia Seving, Shelby Bates taking on Simone Jardim and Amanda Hendry. Don't go anywhere.
active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. Les, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. And Classic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. Well, if you are in and around the Fort Lauderdale area and you're watching, come get tickets. There are still tickets available for tomorrow's Championship Sunday matches, and it's because you get to see matchups like these live and in person. Our first of two women's doubles semifinals getting set to start. The 9-seed Sophia Seving and Shelby Bates. They knocked off the top duo of Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman. They are facing the 5-seed Amanda Hendry and Simone Jardim. They're a pair in Hendry and Jardim that won a gold in Newport Beach last October to close out the 2024 season. There is a look at Amanda Hendry, the lefty former field hockey goalie for North Carolina, a multi-time NCAA champion, All-American from Port St. Lucie, Florida. She has some of the best hands on the women's side.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to talk about reflexes. There's no better than a goalie to be able to get a paddle or a glove on a ball.
We've got Barbie Core out on championship court today. Everyone decked out in pink. Simone Jardim, 46 years old, now making the move to Mount Juliet, Tennessee, after spending some time in Florida. That a new move over the off season, and the pairing of Jardim and Hendry working so well. The experience, they communicate so well. And on the other side, you got a newer pairing in Shelby Bates, Sophia Seving. Of course, Seving just really making this push on tour this year, starting in Fort Lauderdale back in January. That is Bates on the other side. That's Sophia Seving there. White visor, hair in a bun, if you're going to have trouble telling them apart. They look a lot alike.
Oh, is that supposed to be me talking about it?
Well, yeah, I was just talking for like 10 minutes,
no,
so you're fine.
I was fine listening to you talk right there, but
what were you thinking about while I was talking? I'm actually, you know what? Don't answer that question.
I was watching the warm-ups, but one of the things you said right there is, as far as Hendry and Jardim, playing well together and communicating. Amanda actually lives up on the property with us and trains with Simone full time, so easy to really get that communication under wraps when you're on the court, in and out together day after day. And then Seving and Bates, they have started training together and playing together, and kind of it's a newer partnership, but it's definitely been working today.
You have to sit up and take notice as Bates and Seving, as we mentioned, taking down Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman, who have been over the better part of the last year one of the standards on Championship Sunday in women's doubles. What should we expect to see from that partnership?
Well, there's a lot of power on the Seving and Bates side, but I think where Seving and Bates really kind of got through that quarterfinal over Fudge and Braverman is they started throwing up the lobs. And it's not a bad move here in the wind because it's moving around so much. So, if they were throwing up lobs in the quarterfinals, we know Jardim likes to throw up the lobs. So we might see a battle of the lobs in this one.
We haven't seen a whole lot of lobs throughout the tournament because of the wind dynamic coming into play. Or maybe rename Fort Lauderdale Lob City. Dunk City, just about 2 hours from where we are here at the Fort. Fort Myers, Florida.
That was a quick look up right there. I was kind of impressed.
Well, I was holding on to that one for a while.
I was meaning like the distance was.
Well, Google Maps is good for something.
Yeah.
We are underway here in our first of 2 women's doubles semifinals as Sobek puts it at the feet of Hendry to force the side out.
Yeah, and that's the power that's going to come out of the Bates Seving side right there. Any elevated ball, a lot of power coming behind it.
As it typically does, this one does feel like it's going to come down to errors, because if there has been an Achilles heel perhaps in Shelby Bates' game, she has been error prone as that one sails along. They get on the board first.
Landed in.
Oh, Bates had called it out on the court.
Yeah. She
Overturned.
changed her call. Ended up getting pushed down by the wind.
That one well long.
Yeah, and what we're seeing now is just a little bit more of a change. The wind is still predominantly blowing cross court, but it is starting to come from behind Bates and Seving a little bit.
Hendry couldn't get out of the way.
Tried to hold it back after she started swinging.
You talked about the wind. How will that change the power play from Seving and Bates with the wind behind their back?
Well, it has to be where they get on top of the ball. If they hit that flatter ball, it is going to be more difficult to keep it in.
Oh, great D. Oh, Amanda Hendry making a couple of fantastic digs and gets rewarded.
Yeah, good point there. The drop from Jardim, and then Seving tries to speed up down the line past Hendry, but short compact gets on top of it.
Jardim misses the third, so side out. Wide on the dink, second server.
0-1-2.
And Seving comes up short again, so side out. Hendry and Jardim, one of the few pairs who have not had to play 3 so far today. They've been able to get through all 3 of their previous matches in the minimum.
Oh, it's over. Oh, she got it. Oh! But hit on top of the bar.
I did not see it. Ball bounced back into the bar. Just landed on top of the bar. Yeah. What?
So Bates saying that the ball bounced at the top of the bar, which means it would be a replay.
Yeah, which is a tough call because Bates didn't even attempt to move right there. But it's also a smart move from Bates. So replay because the ball came down and hit that crossbar and actually bounced, and then the wind pushed it back in.
Second serve. With all the wind that we've had, that's the first time here on Championship Court we've seen a replay.
Yeah.
Somewhat surprising. Ooh. Oh, wow. What
nice
a pickup from
Seving.
Well, I thought Jardim made a fantastic dig over here to pull it cross court, and Seving then one-upped her.
Well, there was a couple right there. The adjustment off the net cord from Jardim. And that ball's out wider. She pulled it hard cross court, and Seving snuck it down the line past Hendry.
Usually in terms of the women's game, we talk about as Jardim caught moving through the transition one apiece. We talk about the hands battles on the women's games, but so far the digs have been so good.
A good pace there from Hendry. She hits that as hard as she can. It actually gives Seving and Bates a better opportunity to just block that and get it back over.
Well wide off the paddle of Jardim as Bates and Seving take the lead.
Yeah, too big of a backswing there from Jardim, which allows that ball to move too much in the wind. Ooh. Ball moving around all over the place for both sides right there.
The wind picking up for just a few moments here on Championship Court. It has been a windy week here in Fort Lauderdale. Seving able to put it away.
And Jardim trying to throw up the lob there after that ball caught in that cord.
Seving stepping in, but Hendry ready to counter.
Yeah, good counter there again from Hendry. Seving goes right into the backhand of Amanda Hendry, and she's sitting all over it. Second guess on the crash. Hendry just a little late getting to that fifth shot.
Pushing Hendry back, not able to make the pickup.
Ooh.
Bates stepping across, but pulls it in the net.
Bates came out of nowhere right there and just hacked at that ball with the backhand straight into the net.
Should that have been Seving's ball?
Potentially. I mean, it's not a bad thing that Bates came over there, but just kind of rushed through everything. It was a little hectic.
Bates finally puts it at the feet of Jardim.
Yeah, good defense there from Bates. A little shake and bake off of the drive of Jardim, and Hendry crashed.
Too much there from Bates, 3 apiece.
A good leave there from Jardim. Ball came off hot off of Bates's paddle right at the shoulder height. Oh my!
Oh.
Whoa! That almost hit Hendry in the face off of the overhead. Might want to check the lights in the LED board right there. That was a bullet.
That could be a triple off the wall with a ricochet. JD Martinez knew a little something about that. Good sell there by Jardim.
I was just rearing back, going into the body. We saw a couple of balls earlier, took a full swing, and Seving kind of flinched at it when it hit the net cord, and Hendry
right
just
through the middle for the winner.
Slides it on through. Oh, miscommunication there. Bates slid to the line.
3-point run for the 5 seeds. They have doubled up Seving and Bates. Timeout on court here in game number 1. We will step away as well. Hendry and Jardim up by 3.
Over 10 years ago, Gearbox changed the game. No honeycomb, no soft spots, just pure, patented technology. Players felt it instantly. This was different. That legacy lives on in the new GX2. With our SST 2.0 carbon fiber rib core, it delivers explosive pop, locked-in control, and unreal feel. It's not just better, it's Gearbox. Visit gearboxsports.com to experience the paddle built different.
Welcome back. Shelby Bates and Sophia Seving taking a timeout. They trail Simone Jardim and Amanda Hendry by 3 here in game number 1, our first of 2 women's doubles semifinal. The winner of this match punching their ticket to Championship Sunday tomorrow, one of 5 gold medal matches that we'll have here in Fort Lauderdale.
Jardim just catching that one off the bottom edge of the paddle. Didn't really go anywhere. Hard to get it through the wind.
Oh, finally, Seving hits one that Hendry can't get back.
Well, Hendry still didn't let it get past her. Goes into full goalie mode here on this last one. Good attack there from Seving.
Unfortunately for Hendry, the pickleball pad a little smaller than a goalie stick.
That one's out.
Just out. A little bit more than just.
Oh, that was out.
Yep. Seving not able to make the pickup on the Hendry overhead.
Hendry, one of the things she talks about all the time, she's like, I hit so many out balls because she's used to stopping a ball. So she's just going for every ball.
Jardim can't make the pickup. It's a difficult habit to break when you're someone like Hendry who's been playing field hockey for over a decade plus. Oh, Jardim stepping across for the winner out of nowhere.
Ball sat up in the air. Nice drive there from Hendry. Oh, boy.
A gust of wind brought that right near the face of Seving. Did all she could just to fight it off.
Well, it started outside the shoulder of Seving and just went head hunting. Certainly not the intention of Jardim right there. She ends up shorting the serve.
Oh, Bates gives one right back.
Oh, just wide. Good pull there from Hendry. Open up the court by that shorter ball out wide to the Bates forehand and then sped up back through middle.
Been a couple of balls that Bates have sprayed wide. What's been the reason for that? Is that serve long off the paddle? So some serving issues creeping in on both sides.
Well, it's actually just, it's very difficult to control the ball on the Bates and Seving side of anything that's got any power behind it.
Good pick. Bates steps in, that more controlled a forehand.
Yes. A little bit shorter, looking at getting on top of it. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Seving puts it away for the point. The thing with Jardim and Hendry, though, you have to hit a bunch of balls to be able to find something that you can put away.
That's for sure. They're defensive specialists, to say. But there's also a lot of power over there on the Bates and Seving side. That short return doesn't help right there either. Good job from Seving, stepping up and applying the pressure.
Bates just a little short on the pickup.
It was the slower ball from Hendry. Threw off the timing there of Bates. Ooh.
Great spot from Jardim, crossing up Seving.
Well, the way that Jardim set the body there, it looked like she was going to go down the line. Bates set up for the line. Seving took a step to the middle.
Seving getting caught on the hip as Jardim goes on the attack.
Well, they ended up in a position which neither of them are really a fan of. Amanda Hendry, not a fan of that left side.
That puts her in a disadvantage as a lefty on the left side. Hendry doing her best to cover the whole court.
Oh, Jardim again going for the shake and bake. Catches the net cord. Volley there from Seving.
Able to force the side out. Still trailing by 3 here in game number 1. Seving finding the feet once again.
Yeah, Jardim again just trying to bump that ball back, but it ends up sitting up in the wind. And anything that's up right now, Bates and Seving are going to be aggressive on.
Mad dash push just long, and it started with the lob. We'll get a timeout on court as Bates and Seving back within 1.
Well, we've seen it on this side that the leads can quickly dissipate, and we had it in the men's quarterfinal with Munro and Howells being up by quite a significant lead in game 1.
How they've been able to get back into this game number 1 are rallies like this. It's our Gamma Live to Play rally of the match.
Big drive there from Hendry. It's Seving and Bates again doing an excellent job fighting off the attack, getting on top. And the good finish there by Bates, right to the feet of Hendry.
Hendry and Jardim led by as many as 4 here in game number 1. It was 8-4. Since then, of Bates and Seving on a 4-1 run of their own to trim the deficit to a single point.
Oh, it just missed wide.
9 apiece coming out of the timeout. First lead of the game for Bates and Seving. Ooh.
Oh, it's in.
Yep. She's there.
Oh, nice step over there from Hendry.
That point had a little bit of everything.
Oh, nice cut backhand there from Jardim. It was an excellent job from Bates and Seving. Fought their way back into that point.
Ding from Jardim slid through to force the side out. 9-9. Bates finds the backhand winner.
Yeah, a little too much time on that cross-court drive there from Hendry. Bates sitting all over it, didn't miss it.
Oh, and a missed opportunity for Jardim and Hendry.
Ooh, missed one there from Seving too. It was a good drive as Jardim was coming out of the uncoil from the stack. Pushed it wide. Surprised Seving didn't attack either of those 5th or 7th shot balls.
So neither team able to take advantage of being 2 points away from taking game 1. Seving just able to get out of the way. It's game point. No, not really.
She did not get out of the way right there. Bates tried to put that back through the middle, and Jardim came over and crashed.
I was mostly thinking her face was able to get out of the way.
Seving's gonna.
We do have an earring fix.
Seving's gonna take it personal here soon.
It's game point for Hendry and Jardim. 10-9-1. Short on the pickup, and game 1 goes to Hendry and Jardim, 11-9. A little apology after the fact, as the 5 seeds 1 game away from moving into Championship Sunday.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Great crowd here on Championship Court as we get set for game number 2 in our women's doubles semifinal. Simone Jardim, Amanda Hendry taking the last 2 points to take it 11-9 after Sophia Seving and Shelby Bates erased a 4-point deficit to tie things up at 9 apiece. It'll be Seving and Bates to serve first.
Ooh. Seving run into that one. The difficulty that Seving and Bates are going to face right here with this end change is that the ball is going to hold up in the wind a little bit more.
So what's the adjustment that they need to make then?
Well, they're going to come out and play even more aggressively from this side. If they try and bump balls back in.
Able to force the side out.
All right, that was an excellent drive there from Seving, but perfect block from Hendry, got it down to the feet.
I mean, to get it to a point where Hendry can't get it back, you're going to have to get it out to the side and then some. Beautiful roll there from Hendry down the line to get back on serve.
Yeah, good sell there from Hendry. That's one of her strengths on that wider ball. She has the ability to hit that backhand in 3 different positions with pace.
Jardim trying to step across. That time found the net.
It's half a step too late.
And Jardim had a lot of success in game number 1 with the step across. They'll miss it on the first overhead from Bates.
Oh, a couple of good overheads there from Seving and Bates, especially in these windy conditions.
That time, Seving can't make the pickup. The wind has been a continual talking point.
Well, and that's part of the issue now for Seving and Bates is their dinks are going to sit up, and Hendry and Jardim are going to be more aggressive and push through.
Oh, Bates got what she wanted, just couldn't finish.
Yeah, tough to throw up that lob into the wind as well. You either have to really go for the depth and get it to push down.
Missed third there from Hendry.
Well, somebody will score a point here in game 2 eventually.
Eventually.
Oh,
Right
there's
there.
the first one. Right off the net cord.
On cue, Hendry drops it in the back of the court. Good adjustment.
Oh, what a scramble from
Did
Bates
their
and
best to
Seving.
stay in it, but Hendry gets the winner.
Good finish there from Hendry. Getting it down and wide to Bates. Movement there from Jardim, creating just a little bit of pressure. Seving didn't want to pop that ball up, and then instead just went a little too fine with the net.
3 straight points on second serve. Force a timeout taken by Bates and Seving here in game number 2. After Hendry and Jardim took game 1 11-9. First of 2 women's doubles semifinals. We still have one more to go. Following this one, of course, we'll also have our men's doubles semis as well. The other semi on the women's side, Alexa Schull, Leah Tauber taking on Emily Cederquist and Yana Newell. It was Seving and Bates who knocked out the top seed of Fudge in Braverman. And we will have a new women's doubles champion in back-to-back tournaments. In Sacramento, it was Bobby Oshiro and Susanna Barr. Missed return, issues compounding for Seving and Bates.
Yeah, it's something you certainly don't want to do coming out of a timeout you just called. Oh.
Missed third on the big drive attempt from Jardim.
Jardim had that paddle back and was raring back to drive that third. Just hit right on top of it. Good combination there from Hendry with the backhand pull. And goes straight to the forehand. Perfect execution of the 1-2 combo.
Hendry puts the overhead right at the feet of Bates.
Yeah, again, that love from Bates. Just not enough on it. Hendry's one step back and easy overhead. Misses the serve, though.
We saw some serving issues creep in at points in game number 1. And a missed return there from Seving. It's a 5-0 lead for Jardim and Hendry. And really, if you're Seving and Bates, those are just free points you can't afford to give away.
Oh, look out. It's a little big there from Seving. She read it fine.
Hendry finding the body of Seving once again.
Yeah, good ball movement again there from Hendry.
It's another second server run, and we will have another timeout on court as the lead has grown to 7-0 here in game 2. It's been the biggest difference that you can see in the level of play between games 1 and 2.
Well, it's the end change, first of all, for Hendry and Jardim. The end that we've seen, well, the end that they're on is the end that we've seen all day, being the more favorable side because you're hitting with the wind, plus you get the added cross-court wind that's coming into it. You know, the side that Seving and Bates are on is very, very difficult to really try and get that ball through the wind and keep it down. If you bump a ball, you slice a ball, it's just sitting up right now. And even on the speed-ups, it's slowing the speed-ups down enough that, you know, Hendry and Judging's hands now feel faster after playing on the other side.
That has not been the case in terms of the sides that's favorable. That has not been the case throughout the course of the week because
it's
on
kind of
Thursday,
switched.
it's changed. Jardim again stepping across, but this time called for the foot fault.
Yeah, left foot, maybe the right foot again.
All the feet. Seving stepping up. They are on the board here in game 2.
Yeah, good step in and attack there from Seving.
Oh,
sold it with the body.
Misdirection tricky from Jardim.
Oh, Jardim sells it like she's just going to rear back and tee it off. And, I mean, she has. She's gone into the body of Bates and Seving multiple times, but just fakes it with the body a little inside out.
Into the tape, side out.
Well, and that's where the ball is getting on Seving faster than what it was in game 1 with the end change.
Just inside the line off of the net cord.
Judgin's like, maybe it was out, maybe, I don't know. No, that was in.
7-1-2.
That was a definite out call.
8-1-2.
Just a little flat there from Hendry, but definitely Hendry and Jardim playing a lot looser here in game 2.
1-8-1.
Taking a few more opportunities.
Seving once again into the net, and that's really been the story of game 2, the errors on compounding on errors for Seving and Bates.
Well, and like we just talked about, the side that Seving and Bates are on right now is definitely being the more difficult side all of today. We're seeing it not only on championship court, but all the courts out there.
Hendry misses the drive, and that's not to take anything away from the play of Hendry and Jardim, because they've executed their game plan well. Bates can't make the pickup, and now Jardim and Hendry within 2 points of punching their ticket into Championship Sunday.
Well, that's part of that wind holding up a dink or holding up a bump. You hesitate. You don't want to leave it too high above the net, so you go finer.
Just wide on the outside of the line. Match point.
So the hands up in the air right there is because Jardim has been talking about the fact that she can't always see the sideline.
No need to see the sideline there. Jardim and Hendry are through in straights. We will hear from them when we come back here on Championship Court.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
Community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Well, windy conditions out here on Championship Court, but it's Jardim and Hendry that are going to move on to Championship Sunday and fought their way through the win. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft and Al Franklin post-match interview.
Thanks, Chad. Amanda, Simone, you guys are back into Championship Sunday. Congratulations. I want to take you back to the end of game number one. It was 9 apiece after they made that late run. You guys called a timeout, regrouped. What was the conversation and what allowed you to close out that game 11-9?
I think we just had to slow down a little bit. I think we were playing really fast, which worked a lot of the time, but I think we wanted to make the court a little bit smaller and then pick our moment to go fast again.
Simone, you were just out here saying this is the most fun you guys have had playing in a really long time. Why do you say that?
Well, I've been off for 5 months, so for me it's a long time. But I think it was more so the situation today, the circumstances with the wind. So it causes to be a lot more bang-bang, and I think who doesn't like bang-bang? So it was just fun hitting the ball as hard as we can.
Words of wisdom from Simone Jardim. Congratulations, guys. We will see you on Championship Sunday. Who's going to be meeting them there? You're going to have to stay with us to find out.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
The APP is sponsored by the Botanist Island Dry Gin, distilled with 22 wild botanicals.
Road to Pro. Unlock your potential with the official sock of the APP Tour.
And C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA.
Volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
When you choose the James at Ohio State, you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do.
The James, the official hospital of the APP Tour.
And Centerline Athletics, performance apparel created by and for pickleball players.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. 6
Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Owl Paddle, Quiet the Competition.
Charles Smith Wines, the official wine of the APP Tour.
And Gearbox, one core to rule them all. Introducing the GX2 series from Gearbox Pickleball. Simone Jardim and Amanda Hendry punching their ticket to Championship Sunday. They await the winner of our second women's doubles semifinal as we welcome you back into the booth here on Championship Court alongside Next Gen National Team head coach Chad Edwards and pro pickleball coach Dominic Catalano.
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back, Dom. I'm Dorian Kraft. Fellas, this entire tournament has not disappointed. We've had upsets, we've had close matches, we've had tight ones. No exception once again. We have a surprise pairing advancing into their first women's double semifinal.
Well, yesterday I asked for upsets, and
you
that
got
is
it.
pretty much what has happened today. But, Jana Newell and Emily Cederquist, the 2 seed, they're still alive.
Newell and Cederquist, one of the top seeds to advance. This is an established pairing taking on Alexa Schull and Leah Thompson, making their first run into a women's doubles semifinal, their first tournament even playing together.
Leah
and a quick
Thompson,
side
where
out.
did that one come from? Leah Tauber.
Tauber, thank
Tauber.
you.
Yeah.
It's same letter.
Ooh, little misstep there from Newell.
I got to watch Tauber and Schull play earlier. They were just clean, to say a word, right? Yeah. Clean as can be.
Had a little bit of a misstep in
the quarter
final against Ali Reichert and Kelsey Matthews. Just came out flat, but once they got more aggressive and really picked up the intensity, a difficult team to beat. Newell and Cederquist become such a good partnership.
Well, the difficulty going against the partnership of Newell and Cederquist, if you're Schull and Tauber, you don't really have that much margin to come out flat.
No.
Ooh.
Nice counter there from Cederquist. It's a good speed up from Schull, but an even better counter. Cederquist and Newell had a tough quarterfinal against Butler and Mantel, going to 3 in that one as well. Won 11-6 in the third.
It looked to be cruising in game number 1. It ended up going all the way to 17-15 as Schull and Tauber get on the board.
That's
skipped off
dirty cross court right there, and that's a tough angle too because the ball was in the middle of the court, and for her to create that kind of angle.
A good attack there from Cederquist and good ball movement from Newell.
A good job by Newell hanging in on that ball as it sat up, moved around. Another windy afternoon here in Fort Lauderdale. Right on the line.
lob.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice
she
get.
got it.
Oh, just wide.
Excellent scramble to even stay in the point.
The impressive part on that, other than the rundown of the lobs, was that speed up by Newell and Tauber getting on top of the block. She punches that straight back. Impressive getting her paddle that high up and on top of the ball. Oh. It's almost a no-go zone right there when you have Alexa Schull sitting forehand and you give her options.
What girl doesn't like options?
That was a ballistic backhand there from Newell. That was just a total rip, and then Emily's like, I could do that too.
There was again.
Yeah,
But-
better job there from Tauber. She doesn't try to counter. She just absorbs, gets it back down below the net.
2 apiece here in our first game of our second women's doubles semifinal. Schull steps up. It's pushed wide by Cederquist as she and Tauber are back in front.
Well, it's good court recognition, too. Schull knew exactly where she was right there, hits her spot, knows if that counter comes back that way, it's going to go wide.
Ball just getting a little too close to the feet there. Schull not able to get extended enough to add with that roll.
Schull just coming up a little bit shorter. Those were the type of issues that Schull and Tauber had in game one against Reichert and Matthews.
2, 3, 1.
Good adjustment there from Schull on the second forehand roll. The first one caught the net cord. She focused on getting the paddle head underneath. The second one more, added a little bit more top spin.
Oh.
Slapped. What did you say about no-go zone?
Yeah, on Alexa Schull, it's just too good. She's just so powerful. Ow.
3, 2, 1.
I know, sorry. I was just, it was just reenacting the slap.
It was aggressive. Ooh, almost a good reset there, but good spot cross body.
3, 2, 2.
No, it's rushed.
Pushed wide.
Rushed and wrong spot right there. You can't be hitting with the wind to that sideline.
And she didn't just miss it. She missed it by like 6 feet. And that wind pushing that way doesn't help it, like you said, Chad. Oh, that's aggressive.
Great drop. Did you see the shape on that?
Okay, I know you're going to throw out drip.
I didn't say anything.
You looked at
Didn't
me.
say a word.
I thought he was looking at me because we
Yeah.
said the same thing at the same time. And he
Correct.
was
No. He said it was aggressive, and you said drop. So,
I was looking at
he
Dorian.
was coming for the drip.
Nonetheless, it was pretty from Yana Newell. As Chad would say, an aggressive drop. Or I would say a drip.
drip drop. Into
Wow.
the net, side out.
We did have the discussion a little bit off air yesterday. A drip is a little bit faster than a drop. Still not very aggressive, but yes, does somewhat make sense.
That time Schull again wide on the pickup. Second serve. I mean, drip has some good connotations. You think about somebody's drip, they're looking real good.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, drip is a combination of drops, so.
Side out. We'll eventually get this one figured out by the end of the season. We got a long way to go, fellas. Just a missed return there, self-inflicted wound.
Well, but that is the issue of trying to get to your position before making contact. Right? Schull's running through that. The ball actually gets behind her when she makes contact. Don't give up the ball striking just to get to position.
Cederquist not able to get that over the net. Second server coming. Now, Cederquist and Newell have been waiting quite a while for this semifinal. They finished before we came on air at conditions like this to play back-to-back just to stay warm, or did you need the break?
When Chad and I played, there were never breaks.
There was no breaks.
Never. Ooh, almost gets that reset, but a good spot there for Cederquist. No, they never held anything because there was never any streams or never anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, this is Stone Ages when we played.
We had like 400 or 500 people in most of the tournament, so it was still like a 32-team bracket, but you just kept rolling through. So everybody just end up in full body cramps by the end of the day.
Yeah, it was fun.
That sounds terrible.
You'd be begging for a 15-minute break.
Where's the medical timeout when you need it, right?
Yeah, we didn't have medical timeouts for cramping.
Good spot there for Cederquist as she's able to get it down and force the side out.
Well, it's a good spot, right? Watch this. It's a speed-up cross-court right to the two-handed backhand of Cederquist, and that dreaded cross-court speed-up right to a sweet spot, and you don't get punished. Your partner gets punished.
Ooh, a nice little flick there on the backhand from Alexa Schull. But, yeah, can you believe that they did not allow a medical for
cramping? Yeah.
Cramping was not considered a medical situation.
Oh,
Newell stepping across with authority.
Look out when Yana Newell gets on the run like that. We talked about Bobby Oshiro yesterday and how smaller of stature, but how hard she hits the ball. And Yana Newell, very similar.
Yeah. I think Newell's actually got a little bit bigger forehand right there.
On cue.
Just not as big a overhead as Oshiro. I don't think there's a female that is going to top Oshiro on the overhead, but yeah, Yana Newell is high risk, high reward on that forehand.
6-3-2. Started and finished by Newell.
And it's all gas, no break here from Yana Newell the past 3 points. The two-hander and then the overhead.
Timeout on court as Cederquist and Newell have opened up a 4-point lead here on championship court at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open. The second time in the 2025 season that the APP has come to the Fort, the brand new home of the Association of Pickleball Players. 43 dedicated pickleball courts, 14 covered courts, 4 grandstand courts, and the world's first 2,000-seat pickleball stadium, a fully pickleball-focused, dedicated facility. Guys, you could not find better setting than this.
That right there, that stadium court, that is going to be loud.
It's just
in there.
It's all concrete, so it is just going to echo. Luckily, we have headphones when we go in there because the crowds that we get here from the first tournament to this one have been incredible on both courts.
Just look at your screen there. This is the crowd at Championship Court filling in on the stadium seating here. This is a fantastic venue to come and watch. Of course, if you are at home watching on the stream, you can come on out tomorrow. There's tickets still available for Championship Sunday. See the best of the best.
And if you don't want to really watch pickleball, you can just come see us as well. Yeah.
Well, maybe they don't want to listen to us. And that's why they're coming.
That is very true. Very true.
So it's a double win for the fans. You get to see the best pickleball, and you don't have to listen to us talk about drips and drops.
Great point out of the timeout right there. Aggressive pushback from Schull, never allowing Cederquist and Newell to get up to the kitchen line. Now you got to score.
How did they do that?
Good third right here. Or fifth, maybe seventh. How about the 9th? There we go.
Good ball movement there from Newell. But as you were counting through that right there, those of you watching at home, you don't always have to get to the kitchen line from your 3rd or your 5th. You know, sometimes it's the 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 combo to get up there. Ooh.
Oh, that's in.
Oh.
So is that.
Yep.
No, it's not.
Just wide.
I want to ask you guys, in the Bates, Seving, Jardim, Hendry match?
Yes.
How many times did Shelby Bates lob?
Tried to lob 4 times unsuccessfully into the wind.
She lobbed 12 times and completed 11 of them against Fudge and Braver.
But
men.
was it with
Into
the
the
wind?
wind.
Into the wind?
Yeah. She hit it into the teeth. It knocked it down. That was one of the major reasons they won. She kept doing that, and it was successful.
The lob was not successful on championship court.
She got a little tentative with it. It didn't make it past the kitchen line 4 times.
That's not good.
No.
That's a practice overhead.
Yes.
7-4-2.
Oh. Jeez.
Oh,
just
out.
long. We see you, though, Leah Tauber.
Wow, I mean, some great hands here. She's getting full attack by Cederquist. It was a 2-handed block, a 1-handed block.
8-4-2.
Newell puts it away with the backhand, 9-4.
Well, and that's a 3-swing combination there from Newell as well. The 1-hand backhand, a 4-hand, and then the big 2-hand backhand finish. Newell coming out on a mission.
Another timeout taken here by Schull and Tauber as they are trailing by 5 here in game number 1, 9-4, Cederquist and Newell. Looking to move into Championship Sunday where they would meet Simone Jardim and Amanda Hendry. Newell and Cederquist winning a gold medal in Newport Beach last July as a women's doubles duo. They took down Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman in that matchup. Where have you seen their partnership grow in terms of Cederquist and Newell?
I mean, they're just very familiar with each other. They're friends off the court, so the communication between them is huge. What they do together and kind of have that open communication is key for them as far as, you know, what they can say to each other, how they can say things to each other.
I think you just hit on a very important aspect of communication. It's not just what you say, but how you say it.
It's like any good. It's like any good relationship, right? The communication is key.
Sorry, I tuned out while you were talking. That's how good our communication is.
What else is new? We're all going to end up in therapy together.
Oh, nice little touch there from Schull.
Able to force the side out.
Both times they've taken a timeout, they've gotten a quick side out, but have yet to add on now. They need to add on here. Kind of chip away at this lead.
Ooh, just wide.
It's a good idea.
That's an excellent ball there from Schull. Stepping up, taking it out of the air, aggressive with the roll. If she lets that bounce, has the potential to really kind of kick into the body. She's not going to be able to create as much angle.
Tauber goes right back through the middle for the winner.
So 3 straight after the timeout. Quick side out, 2 quick points. It's exactly what they needed right here.
Well, big there as well, the last 2 points. They've kept the ball away from the middle of the court.
beautiful roll there from Cederquist.
Very close.
Yes, it was.
But so on that point there, a couple of balls into the middle, what it does is it allows Cederquist and Newell to really set up and then be able to create some pressure going forward, where the previous points they were going sideline to sideline, it was more difficult for Newell and Cederquist to try to create any pressure.
Right out like that on cue. When Cederquist steps back off her right foot in the middle, there's more she can do. When she gets pinned that way on the sideline, she steps back with the left foot. It's a lot more difficult.
Oh, that was an out ball.
Able to stem the tide, but Schull and Tauber back within 2.
9-7-1.
Dink was wide, second serve.
Good work from Schull going right foot, left foot of Newell.
Newell stepping up with a backhand drive, and it brings up game point.
Well, and that's where a block volley or just a block right there, because there wasn't really a punch behind it by Tauber, it's not going to work into the wind.
Newell puts it away off the body. Game 1 goes to the 2 seeds. They take it 11-7. One more game awaits them and a date on Championship Sunday.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're choosing access to the James, dedicated support services, and an unmatched survivorship program.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by Partake Brewing, non-alcoholic brews crafted for those who make it happen.
Penetrex, daily joint and muscle care you can feel good about.
And Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Humana would like to recognize Mike Eitingon for the Humana Human Care Spotlight. Mike has earned the nickname Maintenance Mike for his unwavering commitment to make every pickleball event he attends better. If you're looking for Mike at an APP tournament, he's likely taping or drying courts, filling up water jugs, or joking around with the staff. He is truly one of a kind, and the APP is better because of him. Thank you, Mike.
Mike's old school, taping courts.
Oh, yeah.
He's old school.
He's
been
fan,
around a while.
But he is a fan of the fort. You know why? He hasn't had to tape a single court this week. Delray last year, he was running around taping 27,000 courts. Every time somebody would play a point, they'd slide their feet over the court.
He'd be out there
over the
retaping.
line. He's scrambling out there. Red like a tomato. Ooh. Ooh, just
First
caught it a little flat.
point goes to Cederquist and Newell after they took game 1, 11-7. Our second women's doubles semifinal.
Oh, a little in between right there for Cederquist, whether she wanted to play that out of the air or let it bounce.
What should she have done?
Let it bounce. Whenever in doubt, let it bounce. Gives you that extra half second to react.
Newell getting a little big, puts
right
it in the tape.
I'd like to see Schull and Tauber be a little bit more aggressive here in game 2, especially with the end change. They've got the wind going.
We almost lost Chad for a second. He's good. We are good.
Why is the cuff button so far away?
Because it's in the sun.
Hey.
But you were talking about the aggressiveness of Schull and Tauber on this end of the court. That's what they did so successfully in the quarterfinal. The end change came. They were on the side they are on now. And it was Alexa Schull that started injecting the pace and power as that one drops right between them both.
Yeah, and Schull did an excellent job in the quarterfinals going into the body as well, creating the pop-up. So, even if it's just a couple of speed-ups to pick up the intensity, pick up the tempo, get the feet moving.
That time, Tauber can't react.
It's the right idea, but that's where Tauber, when she gets back home practice, that's got to develop a little more.
It's got to be flatter rather than elbow up,
right.
Or it's got to be a two-hand counter.
Right. There's got to be more on that. Because she's on it, but she's not getting anything on it, meaning any pace. And so it's just tee off again.
1, 2, 2.
Newell stepping across.
Yeah, excellent roll there from Cederquist, and Newell recognized it early. Steps up, one-hand punch.
2, 2.
Yikes.
Oh. Did you see the back foot just back away? Instead of holding the ground and keeping both foot up, she takes a step back. As she steps back, paddle comes back, body comes back, and now she's going down into the net. Back body comes back, and now she's going down into the net.
Double angle. Schull chose to pull the angle out wide. Took Cederquist off the court, and it forced Newell to come into the middle, and then Tauber was able to open up the other direction.
Short there.
But even in that situation, that if that drop does go over, both Tauber and Schull were just standing behind the baseline watching the ball. I know you saw the same thing, Dom.
I'm laughing. I saw the exact same thing because I saw Tauber hit it, and it hit the top of the tape.
Yeah.
And both of them were just frozen, and I'm like, if that crept over, they're going to have to do it again.
Yeah.
Because neither one of them moved.
Oh,
And off of the tape into the court.
Cord. Emily Cederquist with a little fist pump to the crowd.
And a 4-2 lead for Cederquist and Newell.
Oh, sorry, stepping on your cord there.
It's going to be a miracle to get out of this alive. Newell through the middle for the winner.
What a setup from Cederquist. She goes inside out down the line, speed up, and then it comes back to Newell, and Newell goes 1-2 combo for the finish.
2, 1.
The easiest ball right there. Jana Newell just stands up, no body, just bumps it off of the paddle. It doesn't go anywhere. Ooh.
Oh. Oh, goodness. How about that dig from Newell?
When Cederquist and Newell are playing well, they're very, very tough to beat because, one, they're playing great defense. They're getting everything back. And then they flip that and play pace.
Yeah.
And so they have that kind of best of both worlds going for them, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now.
Well, coming up after this women's doubles semifinal, we have men's doubles semifinal action. Jack Munro and Will Howells, they have won 3 consecutive gold medals on tour. They're trying to make it 4 straight. They're taking on Mario Barrientos and Patrick Kawka. That one is going to be a fun one. And then Will Sobek and Eduardo Irizarry moving on.
Those are some high numbers in the bottom half.
Those are 14 and 27. Anarchy continues here in Fort Lauderdale.
So I saw Barrientos and Kawka twice today, their first round and their quarterfinal match. Jump on Mario Barrientos' back right now. That's exactly what Kawka's doing. Mario is playing clean as can be. He is playing that right side with pace, using that bag. We always talk about Mario as one of the most solid right side guys. And when you have someone who has that much firepower and Patrick Kawka on the left, and you have Barrientos with that backhand flick on the right, Mario's playing so well right now.
And on the bottom side, I saw Heerboth and Dong play a couple this morning. They're okay. Serve, drive the third, drive the fifth, drive the seventh, and just putting a hole in their opponents. So that one is going to be a fast-paced affair as well.
What we're saying is men's doubles semis coming up after this one.
Oh,
good ball there from Schull to force the side out.
Get on top of a backhand there, Alexa Schull.
You know, Dorian, I was just thinking, you sent us that clip of the commentator not making their cuff button last week, and I blame you for...
Actually, that wasn't me. That was Dom.
Oh, was it Dom?
I sent it,
yeah. You both look the same in my text chain.
That was on Instagram.
Was it?
Yes.
No, was it?
Yes, it was.
Oh. Anyway, you sent it. We watched it.
Start over,
And
Chad.
today... This week, I've missed my cuff button twice. Whoever sent it put the jinx on me.
Once again, Dominic. Return just a little long.
Once again, every time they take a timeout, it seems positive for Tauber and Schull.
They did go on a bit of a run following their second timeout in game number 1. Not able to capitalize there. They get 1 point, but that is all as a side out. Are you scrolling through your messages right now because you want to fact check yourself?
No, I want to see if you actually sent it to in text or by IG because I can't remember.
It might have been in text message.
Pretty sure it was in a text message.
Cederquist undercut it a bit too much.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to roll it, and then last second she goes to cut it, but goes flat and into the net.
Oh, it was in text message. You're correct.
It wasn't text message, but it was Dom.
Get there.
I told you it was Dom.
Oh.
And a foot fault. Oh.
No. It was.
Hit the bar. Hit the bar.
Hit the bar, yeah.
So we had that happen in the other semifinal. It'll be a replay.
We're calling the score 6-3-2.
Schull just a little bit elevated too much on top. Another point. It's a 7-3 lead.
That's all about the spot there from Cederquist as well. She goes cross body. Schull sitting a little bit more backhand to protect the line. Just out.
And just recognize, too. We always say the best umpires and referees go unnoticed. Right? You don't even know they're there. Derek Prince and Larry Scott on the call. 2 of the best in the game. Didn't even realize they were here.
Well, you can tell Derek Prince by his cadence.
Yes.
Good combo there. Finished by Newell.
Got to start to chip away here if you're Schull and Tauber. Can't keep giving side outs back to Cederquist and Newell. Already with the game lead. right like that. That's how
Get a
you
little
were going to
lucky.
ask
Yep,
how do you
I
do
was.
it. You do it like that. You hit a let cord drop straight down, and you get a point.
That's what you tell all of your students?
100%.
Net cord winners all day.
If you could hit the net cord every single time, do it.
Oh.
And that's what you tell all next-gen players, right?
Absolutely.
Hit the net cord.
Especially when we play at the English Open and we're playing on the old-school temporary nets. Hit as high up the net as you possibly can because everything's going to roll over.
As long as you hit it hard. Nice dig.
Schull pulled the trigger. It just missed.
But that is the right ball to pull the trigger. But what I said it in the quarterfinals, she needs to accelerate up the back of the ball more, focus on the acceleration and the spin rather than the power. Have them let it go thinking it's going to go out and it lands a foot in.
I think, too, that last point, Chad, we're talking about, it was great point construction.
Yeah.
They worked the middle after a wide ball. You can go to the middle on Cederquist and Newell after a wide ball.
After it's opened up.
Don't work the middle first. They did that. Oh, that's so good.
Schull finding the cross-court angle. That has been a good spot for her throughout the course of the tournament.
It's one of her favorite shots, trying to get on top balls and really create an angle.
5-7-1.
Good spot. Jammed up Schull right in the right hip.
5-7-2.
Get one here, you put a lot of pressure on. Ooh. That's
They
it.
do indeed get one more as Schull and Tauber back within one.
Did they go? I don't think they went middle once there.
No.
It was sideline, sideline.
Sideline, down line, out wide. Yeah, that was trouble.
Middle, right?
Started off trouble, and then also, too, as Tauber's trying to transition forward, paddle faces up, trying to bump it down. But as we've seen in this wind, bumping a ball or backspin is just holding up.
Cederquist using that aggressive dink.
That ball jumped right into the body of Alexa Schull. Like you said, Dorian, it was the aggressive cross court from Cederquist.
Snaps a 3-point run. Cederquist going off the edge guard on the drive.
We'll get a timeout here from Schull and Tauber.
Timeout taken as Newell and Cederquist within 2 of capturing the match. It's 9-6, still on first serve as well.
And that last point, well, the last couple of points, Tauber has gone back to a little bit more of the bump and just trying to move that ball around easily. But as we've seen in the wind, yes, definitely want the ball to be moved around, but it has to be a little bit more aggressive. It's got to be top spin or even a heavy slice, something that is going to get pushed down by the wind, and then when it does hit that court, it kind of slides through and takes off. The bump really hasn't worked in the wind.
No, sir. No. Got to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially with the wind. You've seen it all weekend, right? The teams that have come out on top are not the teams that are playing passive.
No.
You can't play passive in the wind like this. You have to play aggressive. You have to flip that script and hit through it.
No timeouts remaining for Alexa Schull and Leah Tauber. Trailing by 3, Cederquist and Newell took game 1 11-7.
9-6-1.
Oh, a great pickup from Tauber.
Yeah, but no, go ahead. On that last ball, you'll see here, completely straight on the legs there from Ackerman. So she gets her up on top, and the swing cuts down across the body. It doesn't kind of go through the ball. Is that what you're going to say?
Is Emily Cederquist. She got married earlier this year. Maiden name was Ackerman.
Did I say Ackerman?
You did.
Oh, okay.
So,
Hackerquist. You know, something in there.
Everybody knew who you were talking about.
Miscommunication there. Second serve.
Oh, we did come up with a new name for Will Howells and Jack Munro. Dorian couldn't get it out properly, so now it's Munro. We'll see them coming up in the semifinals here after this one.
And we had to switch it to Howells and Munro in that order. Oh, the counters from Newell and Cederquist, so good.
It was Tauber trying to slow this down right here. She just got underneath it. It's the bump, Chad, we keep talking about from her.
So instead of a bump, what should it be?
She's got a counter.
It's got to be a counter or a roll. Oh, just wide.
Brings up match point 10-6-1.
10-6-1.
That will do it. Cederquist and Newell advancing into Championship Sunday. They take it in straight games. We'll talk to the 2 seed when we return here in Fort Lauderdale.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
ARP volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. Gamma, play to live, live to play. And Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterknee.com today.
And 2 seeds, Jana Newell and Emily Cederquist. Moving on to the semifinals, they'll take on Simone Jardim and Amanda Hendry. fantastic performance by them, getting back into another final here in women's doubles. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft and our
Thanks,
Franklin
Emily.
Postmaster.
Yana, congratulations. You guys are moving into yet another championship Sunday. Now, we've seen you guys play together before. You've had a lot of success, but what have you liked the most about the way that you guys have come through the bracket today?
I mean, the conditions are rough, so everyone's kind of dealing with the same thing, but I think we've both played smart. We've adjusted to the wind as whatever side we were on, and we just fought hard, tried not to get too frustrated throughout the match.
Now, you guys are going to be taking on Simone and Amanda. Yana, what do you see from them? What challenges do they present for you guys?
Amanda has great defense, and Simone comes up with the awkward shots, but she always gets you, and she has good power. She's very tricky. So I think it'll be a very tough match, but if we find a way to move the dink around and open up a little bit the middle, I think that's going to be our strategy.
But it's going to be a match that we're all looking forward to seeing. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Congratulations, Emily Cederquist, Yana Newell, back into Championship Sunday. We've got 2 men's doubles semifinals coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
At QVC, this is the age of possibility. It's you in bloom. Express your style. Be your bold self. Make your next move at QVC. This is the age of possibility. Shop now at QVC.com.
This is why we drink. We drink for tonight, finally in town on the same weekend. Inside jokes, the great outdoors, karaoke till dawn, another cold one and a second slice. We drink for tomorrow, for the 7 a.m. 5K and the tailgate that follows. For the personal best that's about to be bested. Kick flips and polar dips, drop shots, cheap shots, shoot your shot. We drink for the moment. Shaky hands, steady beat, a blank canvas, trying to be something. Drink for yourself. No alcohol, no hangover, no empty calories, not a moment wasted. Partake brews the liquid. You bring the courage. Today is for the taking, and we make it happen.
hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
Okay, let it be known. I'm working hard when I ain't on the phone. This ain't a home, this ain't a phone. Grind never stopping, I'm keeping it cold. I'm supposed to be close to me. This ain't a fluke. I seen it way before it ever happened. He gave me the view. I had to put in my time on the TV. It coming in soon. I couldn't leave it all up to a variant or an experience. You gotta get up and do what it do. Okay, the homie is you. Always gonna wait till I've been running, came out gunning, stop the flame. It's what you hear, not what you heard. I'ma hang on every verb. I'ma show you what it's worth. Every day I'm on the earth till they put me in the dirt. I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it. Can't break, that's the thing about.
That was our Vlasic Pickles Instant Classic recap from the APP US Collegiate Championships last weekend in Cape Coral. Jack Munro there at the bottom of your screen taking home the championship in mixed doubles. And of course, Munro also taking home a championship in men's doubles. So it was a twofer for Jack Munro, trying to make it championships in back-to-back weekends as he and his partner Will Howells here in the men's doubles semifinal. There's a look at Jack Munro, 21 years old, of Buda, Texas. And of course, he and Howells have been the best duo on the men's side this season.
Yeah, they're playing extremely well. They're tough to beat. Great combination of power and finesse. You talked to Will Howells yesterday during his interview in the mixed doubles semifinal post-match interview and talked about how he mixes in that soft game and he likes to play that soft game to get to pace. And he does the same thing in men's doubles too. And him and Munro, it's a great combination. It's lethal.
They are going up against a very intriguing duo in Mario Barrientos and Patrick Kawka. This one, power. Oh, yeah, and then some extra power, too.
Well, I mean, that's describing PK, but when you're describing Mario Barrientos, you know, he's predominantly going to sit backhand, and he's going to look for the counter. He wants you to speed it up at him because he's going to punch that thing back down. He can also reach in and flick and surprise you with a forehand, but, you know, watch for Kawka to come out, be aggressive. Barrientos is going to be there to be able to attack once the firefight has started as well. But they are a very dangerous team.
Barrientos and Kawka, the 4 seed in the tournament. The top half of the bracket unfolding fairly similar and according to order. The bottom half of the bracket, all bets are off.
Chaos on the bottom half.
Lots of big numbers on the bottom of the bracket.
And as we know, Dorian does not math well.
I was literally about to say, so big that Dom can't add them together.
Oh.
I don't have to add them, Dom. I just have to read them. Oh.
Yeah.
First exchange goes the way of the top seed.
PK looking to speed up early.
1-0-2.
Oh, wow. You
trying-
do not see that very
He
often.
was trying to hit that in the kitchen and make that ball bounce into like the third row.
How about the pickup, though, from Barrientos on the first one?
Oh, just wide there from Kawka. Trying to catch Howells on the uncoil from the stack.
And that's what they did earlier today in the first round and their quarterfinal. I had both of those matches for Kawka and Barrientos, and it was Kawka driving, Barrientos crashing. A lot of shake and bake action.
It was Kawka and Howells that won a silver medal together last year in Newport Beach in July. Barrientos and Munro, as that pushed wide for another point, won a gold in New York last year.
So you're saying all these boys very familiar with each other.
That is what I am saying.
Well, that ball well behind Howells and his right hip there.
I think the best part about the Munro Barrientos New York City gold medal was they
Blind
didn't know
date.
they were playing together
Yep.
until like the night before.
That was... Ooh.
Ernie set up the put away for Munro. Actually got past Howells and CJ Klinger in that bracket to get there. Side out.
Just deep right there from Kawka on the serve. He's definitely going to hit into everything out here. You know he's not going to get cheated on his swing.
Not cheated there.
The backhand
There's a-
flick there from Howells to start it.
We got a loose pickleball on the court, rolling with the wind.
It's one of the AARP pickleballs
Yeah.
that you get from their tent.
Oh, Kawka just spot there.
Yeah, a little misdirect there from Barrientos. Reaches in, just rolls it off the end of the paddle.
Back-to-back net courts.
That's not one that Barrientos is going to miss very often. That's what he wants there. He wants that punch backhand.
And comes up short on the drop.
They definitely don't look as in sync as I saw them earlier. Kind of almost a little hesitant right here, but that's what Munro and Howells will do to you because they can play both fast and kind of slow it down. And I don't think Barrientos and Kawka are getting a good read on what's coming.
Oh, able to elevate that on Munro. So for Kawka and Barrientos, is the key to focus more on their game or read Howells and Munro better?
I'd play their game, right? Like, they came out playing hard and fast both times I saw them. Right now,
just like that.
That's a better kind of point construction right there. Come out looking to be aggressive.
Play that game, but just anticipate that every ball is going to be sped up from Howells and Munro, and you can adjust soft anyway. If you start expecting that Howells and Munro are just going to play that slower, move the ball around game, then that ball's going to jump on them.
Good counters there from PK.
Yeah, and controlled counters, not out of control, not trying to do too much with it. They finally cracked the scoreboard.
1, 3, 2.
Oh, big drive. You don't see Kawka miss that too often.
No, but he just rushed there. Usually we see the rushing on those drives happen when there's an uncoil from the stack because Howells is coming across the court right there. Kawka trying to get rid of that drive, catching while he's still moving. Very back and forth game here of errors from both teams. Typically not something that we've seen from Munro and Howells.
How surprising is the start of this game? Because I don't think this is what any of us anticipated.
No, and everything seems to be swirling, too, on championship court right now. There's not a real read that you can get for the wind right now, too.
Slid it down the line off the forehand wing. The wind has died down, 13 miles an hour, sustained 18-mile-per-hour gusts. Oh.
Got away with it there because that was a little too extended for Kawka to be taking that ball off the paddle of Barrientos.
Howell's just as shocked as we were that that one caught the tape. Good return there, side out. In a match like this, it feels like the energy is just deflated out of championship court. As a player, how do you pick it up?
It is right now because it's
hot.
Good point error, good point error, good point error. There's no rhythm to the game right now. One team finds a rhythm right now, the other team's in trouble. And it could go either way. That's the thing. Like right there, you don't see Munro miss that through transition, a little two-handed drop.
Well, typically what we've seen from Munro is when the intensity is a little low, you'll start seeing some drives and some speed ups a little bit more. Tries to drive that one, but just runs through it.
2, 3, 1.
It's almost opposite right now. You have Kawka trying to drop to try and get in instead of just grip and rip like usually. But and he tries and goes halfway up the net.
A timeout taken as this crawl pace of a match still standing at just 2-3.
It's the
early on.
The offensive timeout here from Howells and Munro is, I think they're sensing exactly what we're saying, is that there's no rhythm to this game so far. Everything is just off. We get the ball back in our hand. We're in control here. We can score. Let's kind of figure this out. And that's exactly what they're doing. They went immediately to the bench, and they're talking to each other. They're figuring stuff out. They haven't stopped talking since they sat down.
It almost feels like the longer, and I agree with you, this is a good timeout, because the longer this would go on, it feels like it would play into the hands of Barrientos and Kawka that Howells and Munro had not been able to establish that rhythm.
Yeah, 100%. And right now, that's exactly what they're trying to figure out is how do we fix this? How do we get this rhythm back to our side? Because you're exactly right, Dorian. If this continues and then all of a sudden Kawka and Barrientos get in a rhythm, they steal game one, now you're in the driver's seat.
So how do Howells and Munro...
I knew it was coming. I was almost going to ask Dom before you did.
I would be very unhappy. I get a little help there off the missed return.
Honestly, what we've seen from Howells and Munro, hit your way out of it for a couple. Even if you end up with the side out, nothing's changed. At least you've tried to be a little bit more aggressive. You've got some adrenaline flowing. Like everything's moving faster. Right now, everybody's kind of lulled themselves to sleep on the court.
Saying somewhat in the announcer's booth. I hear you yawning.
Here we go.
No.
Oh.
Better exchange.
That's Dom's heavy breathing.
That's me snorting at both of you.
I'm not even breathing. I'm like holding my breath over here. That's
Howells crossing up PK.
Much better energy out of the timeout here. Much more aggressive.
And subsequently back-to-back points to build a 3-point lead.
Oh, good placement there from Munro. Baited Kawka into trying to speed that ball up, but it was out of reach.
And now a timeout taken by Kawka and Barrientos. We will step away as well. The top seeds leading by 5 in Game 1 of our men's doubles semifinal.
Over 10 years ago, Gearbox changed the game. No honeycomb, no soft spots, just pure, patented technology. Players felt it instantly. This was different. That legacy lives on in the new GX2. With our SST 2.0 carbon fiber rib core, it delivers explosive pop, locked-in control, and unreal feel. It's not just better, it's Gearbox. Visit gearboxsports.com to experience the paddle built different.
After they find themselves trailing by 5 here in game number 1 against the top seed of Will Howells and Jack Munro, who have won every gold medal on tour in men's doubles so far this season. Trying to make it 4 consecutive championship Sundays as a duo are Howells and Munro. 7-2-2 coming out of the timeout.
Oh, that was very delicate from Will Howells right there. Every part of that motion slowed down.
Munro ready for the counter.
Well, and that's what he hasn't seen a lot of today is countering back at him. He's seen a lot of blocks, did Kawka. Munro counters that back.
Barrientos stepping across with the backhand.
That's a big-time flick from how extended Barrientos was right there. Caught Munro by surprise.
Through the middle.
Okay.
That did not surprise Kawka, though. Kawka sitting all over the forehand flick there from Howells.
A good response here for PK and Barrientos. Get back within 3.
4-7-2.
Oh.
Oh, stop.
No.
Oh, we get called for a hindrance right here. I think Barrientos said something.
I think. Well, both immediately Howells and Munro pointing at Barrientos. It was either that or was that ball close to the chest where it was?
No. It was a hindrance. So therefore, Barrientos said something. It was probably a come on. Or a yeah.
Second serve.
7-4-2.
Oh, good
Barrientos
spot.
finding the hip to force the side out.
He gets so loose with that wrist, and it's something that, Chad, you and I both talk to people about not doing, is getting loose with that wrist. But
just flicking it.
Right. Barrientos so good at it. He controls it so well. It's something you wouldn't tell a beginner or even someone a little further advanced.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Goodness, PK.
He did not ease up on that overhead. Check the ball.
I was going to say check the LED board. Slid it just long.
Well, that was a good counter there from Howells. Got it back on Barrientos quickly. So when he did go to flick that wrist, just caught it a little late and sprayed.
That's the issue with the loose wrist right there. When you're that low and you're getting loose, you have no control over it. If he's up high, it's a little easier to control. But when he's down low, you get that loose wrist, and it's just everywhere.
Right through the middle between Howells and Munro. Just haven't looked quite as sharp as we saw them earlier today.
Have you guys seen them a couple times?
We saw them,
right?
We saw them in the quarterfinal, and we've seen them consistently over the course of the first three tournaments. This is by far the most out of sync that I remember them so far this season.
Well, I was going to say we're seeing that from the majority of teams and the majority of players here this week, because it's hotter than anything that we've had up to this date. We have the windy conditions. The ball is playing slower because of the heat. So, we're going to...
Great get.
Oh, wow. Just one.
How about the foot speed from Kawka?
But yeah, Chad, you're right. There's a lot of different conditions that the players have not dealt with all year that they've been faced with and put in front of this weekend. And so that's why you are seeing a lot of different teams having success and finding ways to win.
Yeah, they'll get used to it as we move into the summer, and it's pretty much going to be hot everywhere from here on out. But
Kawka right down the line, 7-up.
Well, that's why I asked you guys, how many times have you seen Howells and Munro today? Because, again, I saw Barrientos and Kawka in 2 matches of their 3, and this is totally different than they've looked. But now they're starting to find that rhythm. This right here. This rhythm.
This rhythm has given Kawka and Barrientos their first lead of the match. It's 8-7-2. 6-point run for the 4 seeds.
8-7-2.
Oh. Are you kidding, Mario Barrientos?
That's the loose, whippy wrist right there from Barrientos. Little flick it down.
That is what I've seen all day long from these two, and now they're in that rhythm. And, Dorian, we talked about it at like 3-3, where they called a timeout, did Munro and Howells, and then all of a sudden we're talking about, okay, if you give Barrientos and Kawka any kind of daylight here and let them get in a rhythm, it's going to be trouble, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Well, Barrientos and Kawka have found a rhythm. Barrientos playing so solid on the right side. It's plays like this, our Zimmer Biomet recovery moment of the match, that has made the difference here in the later stages of the first game.
Well, this is those crazy... Look at this get from Kawka. Just the fleet of feet, Patrick Kawka.
Kawka, one of those players that has spent so much time over the better part of the last year focusing on the conditioning, the foot speed, getting in better shape, and you're really seeing it pay dividends. We saw the push at USA Pickleball Nationals in November where it was really noticeable, the weight loss, the fitness, and it's carried over here into the 2025 season.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking fit. And again, he's moving better, and that point exemplifies that, just like you said, Dorian. And now a 9-7 lead, sitting pretty here in game 1.
His second serve.
From what we've seen today, I don't think any lead is pretty.
Or safe.
Yeah, I've seen 8-0, 9-0 comebacks to lose 11-8, 11-9 earlier on today.
Well, there's a point back off of the net cord. Make it 8-9-1.
The quarterfinals, Munro and Howells were down 10-8. Came back and won 13-11 in game 1.
They were actually up in that 10-8.
Oh, is it 10-8?
Bock and Powell came back to tie it at 10-all. Decided 11-all as well. 8-9-2. Munro able to knot things up at 9 apiece.
We saw Barrientos is off the line just a little, and it's just enough that he gets this off the edge guard.
9-9-2. Oh, Barrientos comes up short. 3 straight points. It's game point for Howells and Munro.
Had to uncoil out of the stack here for Barrientos and Kawka. Barrientos not looking as comfortable on the left side.
Not able to get that one back. Howells and Munro ended on a 4-point run. They take game 1, 11-9. A closely contested first game. We've got game 2 coming up.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
The APP is sponsored by Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Yola, for the champion in you. And PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour. Coming up next here on the APP Tour, we go back to Cincinnati for the Vlasic Classic, now a golden ticket event. Tickets and registration still available. Visit the app.global for more information. Meet us there. And then we go to New York City at the end of May and Newport Beach over July 4th. Just 3 of the great events coming up on tour here during the 2025 season. You want to talk about a great 2025 season? That has been Will Howells and Jack Munro. They have won 3 straight golds in men's doubles. They took game number 1, 11-9 here in our first men's doubles semifinal against Mario Barrientos and Patrick Kawka.
Ball never came up right there for Kawka.
Difference in that match. It was 9-7. Barrientos and Kawka were up. Howells and Munro get the serve back. They did not uncoil once
Yep.
And it ended up with Barrientos on the left and Kawka on the right, and it threw them off. And it was 4 straight. And I don't understand. You mentioned it, Chad, that they needed to uncoil there, and they didn't. And it was 4 straight for Howells and Munro. Game over.
Howells stepping up into the right hip.
Yeah, good spot there from Howells. Not only does he step up and be aggressive with it, takes it out of the air, goes right inside that right hip. Kawka liking to be big on that forehand, and another good speed up there. Ooh, almost.
Yeah, Munro's there for that ATP defense from Kawka, but off the tape.
Oh.
My goodness, boys.
Harder.
Was able to win the battle.
Yeah, wrong spot there for Barrientos. One, the ball was almost a little bit behind him there. Tries to take it down the line. Will Howells anticipates so well on that backhand side.
PK slides it down the forehand side for the point.
That's dotting 2 sides. Kawka comes in, rolls the forehand cross court, and then goes inside out forehand for the winner.
Munro backhand flick through the middle to force side out.
And Munro just says, well, you want to do that, I can do this as well. Takes it down the line. Kawka's outstretched, and then he goes back through the middle.
Best part is he's moving to the next ball before the ball's even hit and countered from Kawka.
Just wide. It's still amazing how many balls that Will Howells can pick off of his shoelaces.
2-1-2.
It's a little too much there from Kawka. You feel it. For Kawka and Barrientos, it's kind of like the energy has gone back down again. After being so close there in game 1, it's kind of the wind was taken out of their sails a little bit. Ooh.
Getting a little help there as Howells gets overextended. And Chad, you and I have spoken about this in other matches today. As a player, you have to find a way to remember the things you did well, or did things you did well, and forget everything else.
Yeah. Oh, and we talked about that, and it's so difficult to do because you end up dwelling on, the shoulda, woulda, couldas, and part of that was what we were talking about, Dom, is, hey, we didn't uncoil coming down. We had the lead, then we lost it. How are we going to pick up the intensity here? How are we going to feed back into it? Just wide.
Good idea by Munro, but just wide.
Oh, called it in.
Overrule.
Yeah, I was in.
No, we have a referee call of good.
Yeah, it was good on the replay that.
Kafka's just asking. He's not arguing it. He's just asking, questioning why that referee called it on that side where he's a little bit blocked because of that line. Typically, you'd have Larry Scott on the opposite side make that call.
Ooh, Howells.
Typically, that's a ball that he puts away.
Yeah, and just a little too big on the take back there. Trying to add just a little bit more power into that shot.
Missed third for Munro.
Halfway up the net there.
Iced them out.
So Kawka and Barrientos catching a bit of a break as Howells and Munro not able to extend their lead.
Big serve there for Kawka.
Force the missed return.
Such a part of the game now. These big serves, players really stretching that borderline of what they can and can't do.
We're going to get another one.
Oh, referee confirming it was out.
Ooh, it's close, though.
Yes, it
3-0.
was.
To your point about the big serves, is that the next evolution of the game? Are we going to start seeing aces, in your opinion?
I don't know if we'll see aces,
yeah.
but we're seeing much more...
Difficult to return.
Yeah, many more errors on the returns as you get Kawka and Barrientos flying in here.
As they take the lead 4-3-1, we get a timeout from Howells and Munro. Suddenly, Barrientos and Kawka finding a little bit of that momentum here in the second.
A nice little run here from Kawka and Barrientos, and they're picking up the pace like they've been playing all day long, and it's that big flying one-handed backhand from Kawka that he's used all day long as an offensive weapon, and then Barrientos' hands to keep them in a lot of points has helped them be successful and now gain a 1-point lead.
Coming up after this, our second men's doubles semifinal. We have one more match to go here on Championship Court on our men's and women's doubles Saturday. 4 of our 5 gold medal matches are set. We're rounding out the weekend with Championship Sunday tomorrow right here at the Fort. The action going to get started at 12 o'clock Eastern. As we are back to play, Barrientos and Kawka leading 4-3-1.
4-3-1.
That's a good spot and a good pull there from Howells. Goes back into the body of Kawka, and even though that's cross-court, Kafka's sitting on the forehand side, so he has to slide across the body, ends up pulling it wide.
Munro pulls the trigger first, but Kawka finishes its 5-3.
Give Kawka some daylight here. Just like this. Wow. A blink of an eye, that ball's past you.
5-3-2.
Kawka getting jammed up on the drive from Munro.
3-5-1.
Oh, that's not coming back.
Jeez. Check the ball, please.
Kawka is dead red all over it.
3-5-2. We hit the bar.
Replay after it hit the bar.
Seen a few of those today.
They have.
With this wind.
3-5-2.
Yeah, it's a little too laid back there for Kawka on the forehand. Paddle face was straight up to the sky as he took that back.
Kawka able to get it at Munro, who is coming through transition side out. Oh,
Just
right into the hip.
It's just good
Goodness.
footwork from Kawka, right? If he doesn't move, watch the slide. Full step, right? He doesn't just step with one, he steps with both. So you see a lot of players, they'll step with one foot and that back foot will drag. Kawka takes a nice shuffle.
Good full shot there from Munro.
You can hear Howells say, love it. Oh, Kawka maybe missed the easiest ball of the exchange.
He got what he was looking for right there, out of the backhand speed up.
Yeah, 6. 4-6-1.
Kawka pushes it wide as Howells and Munro back within one.
Yeah, just a little too big on the backswing there from Kawka. He's trying to do a little too much there on the counter.
He's gone there a few times in this game, that same spot.
Six all.
Munro yelling at Howells. Howells going to jump almost for that Ernie. Munro yelling out.
Good setup as Howells and Munro retake the lead.
I say we go one more, and then we'll get a timeout from Kawka and Barrientos. Tom's calling for it now. It's not going to happen. They're going to wait one more at least.
Able to get the stop. Still second serve on the way.
7-6-2.
Oh, you don't need a timeout.
Who needs them?
Missed third there from Barrientos. A little tight.
6-7-2.
Oh,
and then a missed serve.
Can't have that.
That is not the side out or the server side that you want.
And give the serve right back over to Howells and Munro, leading 7-6-1. Howells and Munro took game one, 11-9.
Oh, Kawka left an opening right there. Howell's kind of standing a little too tall. Needed to square the hips more toward the ball right there.
Howells stepping up at the right hip of Kawka. And a timeout taken here by Barrientos and Kawka as the lead for Howells and Munro is 2.
Yeah, that last service game they got back after getting it at 7-6, ball back in hand, and it was an immediate 2 serves and out back to Howells and Munro. That's a huge point in the game.
Would you have called an offensive timeout getting the ball back? You had 2.
Yeah, you could have right there. It would have probably been a good idea, but again, you just needed to at least get something, have a good point. They had 2 quick points where they were over in a blink of an eye.
Missed third and a missed serve, and now Howells and Munro with a 2-point lead. They are on second serve, so if you're Barrientos, And Kawka, all you need is a stop.
Which at times is easier said than done.
It is very easy to say from our vantage point up here in the booth.
We have a great seat to watch all this.
There's not a bad seat here on Championship Court.
But like you said, it's easier for us to talk about it. It's a lot harder to execute it. But execution is what Barrientos and Kawka need here out of this timeout.
Whoa.
Wow.
Nice
Kawka
hands.
across in a flash.
That point should have been over twice.
Well, first the resets from Barrientos, and then Kawka actually able to get all the way over the court, really put a big swing on the forehand.
And another missed third from Barrientos. What's causing that?
Lazy feet. Oh, I'm so sorry. This broke your shoulder.
You're fine. Again, not the service side that Kawka and Barrientos wanted.
No answer, no point on the board. 4 straight serves, 0 points.
Just not doing enough in terms of point construction?
Yeah, I mean, that was the best one yet right there, but then Barrientos pops one up, and nothing Kawka can do right there.
Kawka takes care of it all on his own.
I thought this last one was potentially just low enough. I still had some good height over the net where he was able to be aggressive. Uh-oh.
Opportunity after opportunity here for Barrientos and Kawka. Can they take advantage, though?
Have not been able to so far. A couple of quick side outs. Munro gets the little half-speed Ernie.
Ernie off the net?
Howells back through the middle, so that is now the third service side that Kawka and Barrientos have not been able to score.
Dom's going to start counting on his fingers and toes right now. Good
6.
Good counters there from Munro.
3 service games, 6 services with no points.
And they led 6-4. And since then, it's been a 4-0 run for Howells and Munro.
Oh,
no!
Stop.
He was in the most awkward position right here. Twice. The one was on his face.
Oh. Kawka getting just enough touch on that to deaden it.
Well, the back and forth continues.
I think Chad and I were both like, oh no, don't drop it. Don't drop it. You're going to let him back in. Okay, it worked. Nice shot.
Just absorbed it enough.
Howells reads the aggressive dink for the Ernie.
Just cuts the corner. Nice read there from Howells.
And a missed serve. 8 services without scoring for Kawka and Barrientos.
Wow. We get an offensive timeout.
Timeout taken. This is the second timeout for Munro and Howells as they try to close the door on Patrick Kawka and Mario Barrientos and move into Championship Sunday.
It's like going 4 and out, right, in football. Every time. Like, there's no chance. Like, and they're coming up empty on after they're getting opportunities. They're just coming up empty, and that's the worst part.
And the missed thirds, missed serve, those are self-inflicted issues. It's similar, obviously not the same issue that we saw at the end of game number 1, but just choices and not executing in the big moments.
Well, you know, they're obviously playing a lot better off the serve than they are on the serve. It's kind of, they get the serve and they play tentative, and they're a little bit more aggressive when they're returning. It should be flipped. You know, when you're serving, you're not going to give up a point if you miss being aggressive and trying to create something.
It's a good lesson for any young players who are watching at home in terms of choosing when to be aggressive and when to play with finesse. And a missed return.
Boy.
That is going to hurt.
9-6-1.
Howells catches Kawka sliding, and it brings up a match point.
That is the ultimate T-Rex right there from Will Howells. Elbow completely behind his body, just jammed up. Nope.
Second serve.
That was a mishit, and it was still
2.
harder than Dom's overhead. You know it's true.
No, it is
you know
true.
it's true.
So true. Nobody said I played fast.
It lands out, and Howells and Munro move into Championship Sunday. They end it on a 7-0 run. The champs back into Championship Sunday. We'll hear from them next here in Fort Lauderdale.
They won here together.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. Franklin, official ball of the APP Tour. And Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature.
Seeds, Will Howells and Jack Munro moving on to their 4th consecutive championship Sunday in men's doubles, looking to take their 4th gold. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft and our Franklin post-match interview.
Thanks, guys. Jack, Will, congratulations. Yet another championship Sunday for the two of you. You guys have such a knack for seeming to know when to call timeouts. You took an offensive one there, leading 8-6. You were able to shut the door. Why the decision to take it?
So Will's taught me a lot, and offensive timeouts are one of them. Definitely, like when you're in a rut, I mean, we missed a few thirds. We weren't figuring out like when to drive or when to drop, and so that really helps reevaluate everything.
Now, you said coming into the semifinal that you guys really wanted to move PK and Barrientos, use that movement to your advantage. What was the key to doing that?
Yeah, I think we were actually switching our strategy throughout the match quite a bit. We were going from being super aggressive to slowing the pace of the game down. So, I mean, being dynamic in that helped us for sure.
You may not have realized it, but they had 5 service sides in which they didn't score. You guys are trailing 6-4. You ended it on a 7-0 run. In your opinion, what was the key to playing that solid defense?
Returns, man. I just made a video on it. Returns are the key. So, I mean, I've been working on it. I've been just someone's hitting serve, 2 hours of just pure returns, so it's helped.
Sounds like you were coming for Chad and Dom's job because they talk about serve returns all the time. We will see you guys tomorrow in Championship Sunday, our second men's doubles semifinal coming up next here in Fort Lauderdale.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
16. AARP volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks. With small grip pads inside and out, your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. Less, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. And Classic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters?
Welcome back. Our second men's doubles semifinal. Some of the lower seeds making their way through here to championship court. Wade Heerboth and Kevin Dong taking on Eduardo Irizarry and Will Sobek. It's Heerboth and Dong serving to start at the bottom of your screen. Sobek and Irizarry at the top.
Ooh, a little quick on the trigger pull right there, but Heerboth and Dong, we were talking about them earlier, Dom. They pretty much like to drive their 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you get to that many.
Yeah, and if Irizarry and Sobek can slow them down and get them into that kind of point, it's going to favor Sobek and Irizarry.
Sobek misses the third. It really is a contrast of styles when you look at how Irizarry and Sobek like to play. Sobek pushes it wide.
And that's something, too, you're going to hear from them. They like to talk. Do Heerboth and Dong.
Sobek putting it on the hip. Heerboth and Dong, the 27th seed. Irizarry and Sobek, the 14th.
It's a little off on the footwork there for Dong. Didn't quite get around the ball enough. Yeah.
Shape the ATP, a thing of beauty.
Yeah, that's pretty right there from Irizarry. And not saying that Irizarry and Sobek can't play fast either, because they did play fast in their quarterfinal match. Sobek two-handed?
But it was two-handed. It wasn't the most aggressive drive. A little bit more like the drip you've been talking about, Dom. But
And this is the portion of the bracket in which Eric Lang and Max Manthau went down in the opening round. So it opened things up a little bit for some of these other upsets to happen. And we already have a pause in action on the court, 4-0 in favor of Sobek and Irizarry.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Sobek and Irizarry. And, like you said, Chad, it was like almost an off-paced two-hander from William Sobek, where he created some dip to that as it got over the net. And again, if they can create that off pace where Heerboth and Dong want to play fast, they want to play that ball up by their waist. If Sobek and Irizarry can get that ball down thigh-high, knee-high, it's going to cause up action where Sobek and Irizarry can take advantage of.
What do you think of the way that Irizarry and Sobek have started this match?
Well, I think it's just, it's clean, it's methodical. They're not trying to take too many risks right now. I don't think really you're going to see them take too many risks. They're just going to be a little bit more content as far as getting a ball back and forcing Heerboth and Dong to hit one more ball.
15 seconds. Remaining timeout. When you're a duo like Heerboth and Dong who like to drive, play with a lot of pace, a lot of power, what's the key going against a team that's content to finesse and wait for you to make a mistake?
Oh, just stick to your game plans, but choose the right balls. Don't just speed up for the sake of speeding up.
Irizarry able to catch the hip. Another point, 5-0. Still on first serve.
That's a good spot right there. Get that ball down. But again, still another serve to hold here for Heerboth and Dong.
A little unlucky with the neck cord there for Irizarry. But a good speed up there from Heerboth. Oh, he pushed it wide.
Just missed the mark.
I mean, Heerboth forgot he was playing doubles out there right there. He's like he was out on the singles court.
Oh, wow. So there's the pace that could create chaos, right, Chad? We talk about that all the time, right? If you have a team that plays with pace and you're not used to it, it could create some chaos. That's another out ball that Irizarry played right there, too.
Well, we saw him do that in singles on Thursday in the quarterfinals, playing some out balls up above his shoulders.
Couple of good counters, but Sobek not able to get the third, and just like that, Heerboth and Dong right back in this, trailing 3-5-2.
And they're the type of team that could score 7 quick points.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. Oh, my goodness.
Backhand winner from Heerboth.
That is chaos on the court right there. It's scramble. We got 2 singles players out there just running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
It's fun to watch,
but it works.
Heerboth was an All-American at Kenyon College. Played tennis there as that comes up short, and now Sobek getting into it a little bit.
Oh, William.
Listen, I'm here for this.
Where's Kenyon College?
I didn't Google that. My guess is somewhere in Arizona, considering Heerboth is from Tucson. Oh, Irizarry had a sitter.
He jumped. He came up and stood up as he goes to hit that.
Oh, what?
No.
Yes.
Oh! Get your paddle out of the way, Dong.
I wasn't even close. It's in Ohio.
Okay. I just never heard of it. So at least now we know.
Great counter there from Dong, sitting on that speed up from Sobek.
I have a feeling this has the potential for 3 games.
Yes.
Oh, that was a little too aggressive there from a ball that close to the net for Heerboth. But it was a good backhand roll, the ball before, to put some pressure on.
Heerboth just stepping across, drives it into the net, so a quick side out.
6-4-1.
Irizarry comes up short on the dink. Well, Chad, we can take a tour of Kenyon College if you want. It's just outside of Columbus. Of course, the APP will be there for the Women's Open in October.
James.
Chad and I always on our best behavior there.
You're never on your best behavior.
Yeah, we are for that one.
For that one, we are.
Didn't get a chance to go to the women's event last year, but a fantastic event for a great cause there.
Heerboth sitting all over it.
It was pretty much a bait ball right there from Heerboth. He almost he did bait Sobek into speeding this up, and then Heerboth slid and just punished that counter.
Ooh,
Punished by
nice
Irizarry.
overhead there from Irizarry. Well, a couple of quick side outs from both teams.
Heerboth watches it slide by, second serve.
Good spot there from Will Sobek. Heerboth leaving that one up just a little too much there in the middle. Sobek goes crossbody into the left hip of Dong as he was sitting forehand.
Off the net, side out.
Thank goodness we're behind the point, because if we were sitting on the net, I don't know if we can move back and forth fast enough.
Now we'd have whiplash from turning our head.
Point for Heerboth and Dong. Dong played his collegiate tennis at Case Western Reserve. That's where Heerboth was a volunteer assistant starting in 2016.
That's overhead there from Sobek.
Irizarry finds the right hip, and guys, we've seen Will Sobek a bunch. I'm not sure I've ever heard him more vocal.
Well, he's into it right now. He's got to match what's being given to him right now, and he's feeding off of Irizarry, and he has been most of today too.
Yeah.
Oh, Sobek, the pretty touch for the point.
That's a little old school flick there from Sobek. Make it look like it's going 10 feet out, and it just floats back in. Ooh, another half step there from Dong.
And now Irizarry and Sobek within 2 points of taking game number 1. They lead it 9-5 and a timeout on court. And just in case you don't know or you've forgotten, let us tell you how to find your UTR pickleball rating. First, go to utrsports.net and select Joy. After entering your email, password, and information about yourself, you will be asked your preference of pickleball or tennis content, or both. Next, you will be asked a few questions about your pickleball experience, the amount you play, your experience level, and your USA Pickleball rating to determine an estimated UTRP rating. You will then be given an estimated UTRP pickleball rating, and that is only the beginning. Find and play both recreationally and competitively near you. Sign up today at utrsports.net. Second men's doubles semifinal. The winner advancing into Championship Sunday, where they will meet the top seed of Will Howells and Jack Munro, who got past Patrick Kawka and Mario Barrientos in straight games just about an hour ago. This game number 1 has been in control for the most part by Sobek and Irizarry. They got off to a good start. Heerboth and Dong answered with a run, but now Sobek and Irizarry within 2.
Yeah, lands in as well. Nice roll there from Irizarry.
Brings up game point.
Ooh, get out of the way there, Sobek. Probably going through the LEDs there in the back.
Trying to tuck that paddle down.
Wade Heerboth, another player that does not get cheated on the swing. As Dong puts it just out of the reach of Sobek, so they stay alive for the moment, trailing by 5.
Well, it's a good spot. He gets that ball down through the center service line.
5-10-1. A missed return.
Freebie.
Remember, we talked about a team like this can score in bunches. If you give them a free one, like Chad just said, now they can go on a run. I like that, though.
Gets it off the edge guard. You heard Jack Munro talk at the end of their respective semifinal, the difference at the end of the match to hold defensively, quality returns. Sobek, the overhead put away to get back on serve.
And Dong's trying to step up there and be aggressive, but honestly, it's a potential that ball from Sobek may have floated out, but it was a bit of a miss hit. Oh, yeah.
On the foot, Sobek and Irizarry take control as they capture game number 1, 11-6. This battle of styles continues with game number 2 here in Fort Lauderdale.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Welcome back. Will Sobek and Eduardo Irizarry took game number 1, 11-6 over Wade Heerboth and Kevin Dong. Sobek, 21 years old, from Key West, Florida.
Game 2, time in.
Playing alongside Eduardo Irizarry from Puerto Rico, 32 years old. We knew the two could be a tricky pairing just based on their skill set. As Heerboth puts that in the net.
I just don't like hearing William's age.
Makes
because
you feel
Chad
older?
and I have known William since he was like 10.
15 years.
Yeah. So it's bad.
Yeah, but think about all that you've been able to watch him grow and improve.
I think I lost to him when he was like 12.
I did too.
I lost to him and Anna Lee. I mean, not a bad combo to lose to.
Yeah, you could, I mean, it's not like you lost to me.
Well, that one I would have just quit on the spot.
Fair. Oh, Irizarry, another ATP.
Well, that one was relatively easier with how far that had gotten outside of the post thanks to the little net cord.
1-1-2.
Whoa.
That's that. Laying that paddle back flat, not getting it out in front.
2-1-2.
Ball sails on you. See, they're driving pretty much all thirds, right? But the problem is whoever's not driving is crashing fully. I want you to crash to the transition area, and then you have time to move forward. If you crash fully to the kitchen line, you have nowhere to go.
Second ball there for Heerboth that it's kind of eating him up, backing away from the kitchen line there. Yes, you want to take a step back, but it needs to be a step back, chest and chin still over the toes and balance. He's just taking a step back, and the ball's getting tied into the body.
Pulls the trigger on the roll there.
A nice little 60-70% roll through the middle.
2-2-2. Side out.
Side out.
Two, 2-1.
Heerboth going right at Sobek for the point. Or excuse me, to push them onto second serve. Nope.
3-2-1.
For the point.
Yep, I've got my score backwards.
You were right the first time. Oh, just wide.
Second serve. Three, 2-2. Side out.
Missed third, side out.
I thought the serve was long.
So that looked very, very close to being long, but right there, Heerboth steps up, goes to drop it again. He's already trying to move back to his position before he's executed the drive.
Dong swung twice at that. He took a swing on the initial speed up, clips the tape, and then softens it up.
Oh, right through the middle.
It's a little too far behind there for Irizarry on that first backhand.
Three, 2-1.
That's hard to keep in.
Second serve.
And that's even hitting into the wind right there for Heerboth.
3-2-2.
Just a little too aggressive on that offensive lob.
Ooh.
Oh, Irizarry pushed it wide.
Had the alley.
There's no alleys in pickleball.
There is an opening alley if no one is there. He's using his terminology, not a location.
I gotcha. I just got to give you a hard time sometimes.
Always, as Heerboth puts that in the net, side out.
Little impatient right there. The ball was tight to the net and low. Tough to do anything with that ball.
A good move there from Dong. Quick to cut the corner.
I guess there is something to be said, even though Heerboth and Dong dropped game number 1, there's always that underdog mentality, really nothing to lose.
No. Especially at this point, too. You're not meant to be in the semifinals.
Dong was joking around as he got on the court. He said, "Who let us out here?"
4-2-1.
Oh, a little
Good job by
highlight.
Irizarry to hold on to that.
Catch and release.
4-2-2.
Yes, sir.
Missed.
2-4-1.
Oh, good resets there from Irizarry. It's out of position on a couple of those.
3-4-1.
Oh.
Second
Heerboth
serve.
able to push him back.
3-4-2. Sobek picking the right spot.
That's just Irizarry and Sobek sucking them into their game, right?
Yeah.
They're playing exactly how they want. They're going to wait for the right opportunity. Then they're going to speed up.
Nice
Exchange
hands
won
there
by
from-
Irizarry. They are back in front.
Yeah, Irizarry with the quick hand exchange right there.
Timeout receivers. 5-4-2. 1 minute.
Timeout taken on the court as Sobek and Irizarry have worked themselves into a 1-point lead here in game number 2 after they took game 1 11-6. You guys have always talked about being able to really kind of establish your game, find your rhythm, and that has been the key for Sobek and Irizarry here over the last handful of points.
Yeah, they found exactly what makes them tick, and that is slow the ball down, hit a drop, wait for the right opportunity. We're not going to have to create or force an opportunity. And that's exactly what they did against Bertram and Forsyth in the quarterfinal, is they waited. And Chad, like you mentioned, the hands right there on that last point from Irizarry. Forsyth kept trying to hit through Irizarry, and Irizarry was literally here out in front, never taking a paddle back, and just going, go ahead, I'm going to beat you every time.
Well, and especially when it's coming that hard, that you don't need to do a whole lot. If you load with the wrist and the forearm, which can only happen if the paddle's out in front, you're going to send all of that power back through from the attack, and the ball is actually going to get back on your opponent faster.
Time in. 5-4-2.
Oh, those hands are lightning fast.
Like, it's great. If you watch this replay, though, the hands of Sobek and Irizarry never go past their shoulders. It's always out in front. They always have a peripheral of their paddle the whole time.
Just on. Dong doing a nice job to get out of the way.
4-6-1.
Yeah, good absorption there from Irizarry. Set the angle on the paddle early. Took the majority of pace off it.
Sobek fired up once again.
Yeah, it's a good combo right there, too. And with those speed ups, think about the X.
6-4-1.
Sobek takes it down the line. He's there for that next ball.
It's a wall. It's a wall on the other side right now, and it's just soft hands, block everything, wait for our turn to attack. It's pretty.
Sobek somehow even gets that back.
Well, even right there, Dong tries to go hard up into the armpit of Sobek. And Sobek just gets on top and slaps it down.
Maybe the one time that Irizarry has gotten a bit too big.
8-4-2.
Oh. That's how you win a point right there. Leg cord. Irizarry swings twice at it. Can't get it. It's like a fly swatter.
Yeah, nice drive there from Heerboth. Just sneaks it over the net cord.
5-8-1.
Sobek slides it behind Dong for the winner.
Slap it.
Oh, Dong is just in a position where there's nothing he can really do there when Heerboth is driving that from behind the baseline. Oh, yeah, good move.
The initial defense from Sobek is good here, though. Dong goes for that Ernie right there, and then Heerboth right there to put that away.
Oh,
just
Sobek.
pushed it wide.
Sobek tries to create something that really isn't there and a little unnecessary. Didn't need that sharp of an angle.
Well, and the chaos is right back in this.
Oh, look out.
Oh.
It's literally, okay, I don't know if you watched that where Dong started. He was back behind the baseline, and as soon as the return went to Heerboth, he just took off sprinting and did this like U shape around the court.
Heerboth into the tape. Another point is now Irizarry and Sobek lead at 9-7.
The resets on that one from Irizarry.
Oh.
Timeout as match point looms.
I mean, if anything, this has been pretty entertaining because it's been chaotic on the court.
They've created it all day long. They get here. Not going to change anything.
Don't fix what ain't broken.
Nope.
But now they will need a couple of defensive stops coming out of the timeout as Irizarry and Sobek have match point. They're leading 10-7 and on first serve as well.
So a couple opportunities here for them to finish this out. No one's been able to do what Irizarry and Sobek have done here to Heerboth and Dong as far as slow them down a little bit. Sobek and Irizarry have sucked them into playing points under control, giving them unattackable balls. I feel like most of the day, teams they were playing against were giving them balls that are attackable, and they were able to attack. Now you have a team that can slow the ball down, but then on the flip side, too, plays great defense and keeps their hands out in front and gets those speed-ups down.
15 seconds. Remaining timeouts. Receivers, 0. Servers, 2.
Match point number 1.
10-7-1.
Ooh, just wide.
Just wide by the slimmest of margins. Still match point.
10-7-2.
Off the net cord and out as Sobek and Irizarry Irizarry are into Championship Sunday. They make a surprise run through the brackets. They will meet Will Howells and Jack Munro tomorrow. We will hear from them when we come back here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
Volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Eddie Irizarry and Will Sobek moving into Championship Sunday for the first time here in men's doubles. Fantastic performance by them. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft in our Franklin post-match interview.
Thanks, Chad. Will, Eduardo, congratulations. You guys are moving on into Championship Sunday. Now, Will, you just told me this was a last-minute partnership for you and Eduardo. You guys had played together once before a couple of years ago, but what is it today that has made this partnership so effective?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, last week I had pretty much no one for men's doubles, so I sent out a text message, and thankfully he said yes somehow. And then, yeah, today we're making it to the finals. That's super exciting. He beat me in singles, I won't forget. But no, we had great chemistry. We had such a great time on the court, and I'm glad to make it here for tomorrow.
A gold medal can make that feel a little bit better, right?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit better.
Well, Heerboth and Dong, they were able to really use their power throughout the majority of the day, but Eduardo, your all's game really able to slow them down. What was the key to taking that away and playing your game instead?
Well, I just listened to the instructions of Will and Rosie Sobek, and they just said, okay, just ding, 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 slow it down, and I was on a mission, and that's what I did.
And you did it well. Will, we got to ask one more question. We've seen you play a lot. I'm not sure I've ever seen you so emotional out here on the court. Where was that emotion and that yelling coming from?
I don't know, just deep within. I was like, yesterday I was like, I hope I make it really far. And I was like, all right, I'm going to be on CC again on semifinals. I'm going to do the best that I can, be loud. They were starting to scream a little bit. I'm like, I'll show you what I got too. I'll start screaming too. So it was super fun, super energetic. I'm very glad.
Well, you guys showed us what you had. You're moving on to Championship Sunday. Congratulations, Will and Eduardo. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, guys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Well, Chad, William Sobek's excited. He's yelling at Dorian in an interview. I mean, he's loud.
He said
he's still loud.
He had emotion out on the court, and that's what it is. But, you know, all 5 of our gold medal matches are set now. And some very unexpected ones as we go down that list. But I think the biggest one, Will Howells, the potential for another triple crown. Wasn't so good in the last one, but we'll see how he does here.
I like Pei Kao and Sophia Seving. There's going to be a lot of firepower in that one. And so I want to see what Pei Kao can do against Sophia Seving, who is playing really well on the singles side. And she made a great run, her and Shelby Bates today in doubles. So
We've seen the evolution of so many players here in Fort Lauderdale, and it has been an anomaly of a tournament. We've seen a lot of upsets. We've seen a lot of unique pairings because of the weather, and it's changed things. We've seen some of the players that are stalwarts on Championship Sunday move through. What is the one thing, I know you guys were just talking about the matchups, but in terms of the overall picture, what's the one thing that each one of you are looking forward to the most about Championship Sunday?
Well, obviously, it's we have some new faces. We have the potential for some new gold medal winners. Definitely on the women's doubles side, we haven't really had repeat gold medal winners yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to get another new gold medal winner here in 2025. I think that one's going to be interesting.
For me, I think I'm going to say an overall of the past 3 days, and I'm going back to Sophia Seving, who is in Championship Sunday for singles. I watched her play against the number 1 seed Megan Fudge and Jill Braverman, and I watched her almost grow up in doubles in front of my eyes and watched her play out of her mind. And then I interviewed them after, and I said, Sophia, like, that was so good to see because everyone always pinned her as just a singles player right now. And I watched her grow up today in doubles and was very impressed with how she played because I saw her, over the past 2-3 months play very tentative. She didn't play tentative today, but she is in Championship Sunday for singles where she has been pretty much all year.
Well, my overarching theme is the fact that we've got 5 great gold medal matches coming up tomorrow. And, of course, we haven't had a men's Triple Crown winner since J.W. Johnson. It's been a while, guys, since we have had one. Will Howell's going to have that opportunity tomorrow. Championship Sunday action gets started at noon Eastern tomorrow. We hope to see you then.